Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming here today. We are about to start the second day of Ukraine Vision 2026. And I want to express my gratitude to everyone who came, because we all know how turbulent the times right now are, with all these news from all the corners of the world and all the anxiety growing. But we deeply believe that the best we can do is just to keep doing our job and keep going forward, step by step and day by day. That's why we are here at the second day of Ukraine Vision 2026. Almost at 7, that's for future. We want to start with our first public talk for today, libraries as democratic infrastructure. And I want to say that libraries carry a task of the crucial importance to collect, to preserve, to carry the information and give the voices that otherwise wouldn't be heard. And I just want to introduce our moderator, journalist, editor-in-chief of the Swedish Library Association's journal Biblioteksbladet, Tord Larsson. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Tord Eriksson, and I'm the editor-in-chief of Biblioteksbladet. That's correct. Libraries and librarians and books may not be the first thing that comes to mind when we talk about Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But this is a war on words, on language, on books, on history. And because libraries represent that, they become targets. And at the same time, the libraries, they are becoming hubs for resistance in Ukraine. They help people to defend themselves from against propaganda. Many local libraries have turned into those resilience hubs. They support psychosocial resilience for both for individuals and for the community. And of course, it's crucial for us in Sweden to understand this and see this and support it. But I would also say that it's just as important to understand that our relation to Ukraine is not only about giving, it's also about receiving. Swedish society, and not least the libraries, has a great deal to learn from Ukraine, from colleagues in Ukraine. So that's an important background to this discussion that we'll have for the next hour with this panel. To my left, Karin Grönvall, National Librarian of Sweden. Involved in different projects in Ukraine already. You'll tell us more about that later. Victoria Polyova, Administrative Coordinator at the Ukrainian Library Association. So you traveled far. You're based in Kiev. So you are representing the library sector of Ukraine.
Yes.
Quite a big task for today. And Svetlana Taratorina.
Yes.
That's author of fantasy novels. You could buy her books down there. Beautiful book, I must say. And you've been traveling to remote places in Ukraine, visiting libraries and so on. And you'll tell us about that. And later today, 6:15, I think, you will have a conversation on this stage with Nils Håkansson, Swedish author and translator. So make a note and be here, 6:15. And Hanna Nordell, director of Swedish PEN. And you are just about to begin a new project in collaboration with PEN Ukraine. So we will talk about that later. Okay, so I want to start with you, Victoria, since you represent the library sector in Ukraine. We can have the slides with the facts and figures, please.
Uh,
Can you tell us about this?
yes, I can. Thank you. We can see the slides, and I think that you can hear me quite well. Well, in 2020, we stated, oh, thank you. We stated that there is more than 30,500 libraries are working in Ukraine of different types. It were public, school, university, libraries, special libraries. But today I will focus more on public libraries that serve as spaces of knowledge, resilience, and community cohesion. So if we compare the numbers of libraries, public libraries that are still working in Ukraine, its number decreases on about 20%. So we had about almost 15,000 public libraries in 2021, and according to statistics in 2025, its number is less than 12,000. And this is significant amount, 20% just were closed.
May I interrupt just to ask you, do you know why they are closed? Are they sort of destroyed or damaged?
Some of them were destroyed, damaged. Some of them were left on occupied territories. Some of them had no possibility to continue their work due to economical or social aspects. Because not only buildings are suffering, people are suffering also too in the situation.
Maybe we could add that the photo on your slide there, the children's library in Novgorod Siversky.
Yeah, I added the picture. It was shelling that was very close time from us. It was on 13th of March, so it was just last week. We had such information. The historical building was shelled where library for grown-ups and for children was located in Novgorod-Siversk. It's Chernihiv region. It's the north part of Ukraine. So as we see, we have libraries that are going under damage. However, as you can see on that information, maybe it can be interesting for you, that amount of libraries that were destroyed or damaged, it's 1.3 thousand libraries. But I'm glad to say that almost 300 libraries continue their work. They had possibilities to be reconstructed, so they continued to work. So every time after shelling, we try to find the way to restore them. Unfortunately, some of them, it's almost 300 libraries, cannot be restored because their damages are crucial. But some of them that are particularly damaged can be reconstructed or repaired, mostly by local funding. When I mentioned about buildings, I also wanted to mention that we have losses among professionals. Almost more than 4.5 thousand contracts with library professionals were not signed during these 4 years. And there was different reasons why it happened. It can be that some of them were, mostly men, went to army, they joined army. Some of professionals just moved abroad, or some of them became internally departed people, so they just moved to other more safer regions in Ukraine. And also we have about 1,000 professionals that are still working, but with unpaid vacations, because there can be no possibility for them to get salaries. And this is very crucial for sphere, because we lose our professionals, we lose our human resources due to different reasons.
Also lack of funding.
Of course, and lack of funding, yes, it's because of small salaries, big expectations, and big responsibilities. We can talk about this later? Or?
Perhaps. But
okay, yeah. Also, I wanted to add that not only buildings were destroyed, but also we lost Also, we lost some library collections, 5.8 million destroyed documents. But we cannot count all of them. It is like a minimum because it's hard to tell about destruction that were on the south, Kherson region, and after it was flooded. So it can be much more. And also we lose our library equipment and techniques. More than 1,000 libraries have lost all or particular equipment. So when we try to count, it's about 1.2 million euros damage that were caused to library sphere in Ukraine during this 4 years of full-scale invasion. And I also wanted to thank to Yaroslav Mudry National Library specialists who are very who count these numbers, and they give statistics every quarter. So we have in open resources information about the situation of public libraries. So it's great that we can follow this information and understand what is the real situation in libraries.
You have exact numbers to
yes,
yeah.
yes. So they gather this information all around Ukraine, they count, and they give such reports every quarter. Comparing to other networks of libraries that I cannot get exact numbers, like school libraries or university libraries.
And you could add that the deputy director of that library is also the president of the Ukrainian Library Association. So there is a close connection.
Yeah, we have close connection and good professionals. And this is like one of important conclusions, that we have specialists and who are still monitoring the situation, that we can understand the reality of library sphere.
Okay. Svetlana, you've been traveling, and you've seen the situation for libraries.
Yes, as an author, I often visit libraries like a guest, with meetings with the audience, with the readers, and as a member of Ukrainian PEN, I have taken part in volunteer trips to libraries. This is part of a large program run by Ukrainian PEN with support of partners from Ukraine, Ukrainian publishing house, from other countries. Ukrainian PEN organize delivers books to libraries located near the front line or in recently deoccupied territories. And
this is also the project that Swedish PEN will collaborate with.
Yes,
Unbreakable Ukrainian Libraries.
Yes, because our libraries needs new books.
So you travel, you bring books to libraries, and you also make like readings, meeting your readers.
Yes, readings or just talk. It's very impressive because I remember one meetings. I don't know if you have pictures.
Exactly.
Okay, it's from Borodyanka. It's a small town near the Kiev, in the northern part of Kiev. It was occupied in 2022, and if I can compare the meetings before 2022 and after, it had changed. And in this term, we have a very nice meeting, because this audience, these readers, they not really didn't so much want to listen as they want to share with their story.
Their stories, okay.
It was very important for they. They want to tell how they taken these days of occupation, and their library was severely damaged by airstrike on neighboring buildings. And I think they're still doing repairs in this library, and we bring books too. And it was another meetings in Obuchovice, and it's a small village, and it was occupied too in 2022, and its visit made a strong impression on me, because in this library was a small museum of weaving, and Russians destroyed this museum, totally destroyed, and they throw away books and techniques, but in this museum they took ancient ritual towels and used as rags. And also I saw in these libraries books with bullets.
Mm. Do you have photos of that?
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Can we jump? I think two or three.
Next one, I think.
And
Oh,
another
it's from
one.
Borodanka.
Yeah, this is kind of symbolic. Taras Shevchenko
Yes,
with bullet
it's
holes.
in front of this library with a bullet in the head.
This is like the national poet of Ukraine.
Yes, it's our symbol.
And this is quite common, I think. I mean, Taras Shevchenko and other Ukrainian writers being targets, the statues and so on.
Yes.
You can see it in many places.
Yes, in many places. And this book, this collection of short stories about famous Ukrainian women, and my essay in this book too. Yeah. And it is book targeted by bullets.
You have like
it's from Obuchovice.
Wounds there. Yeah.
Yes, and it's so impressive me that I wrote about Obuchovice in my new book, because I so impressed of the librarian from this library for her strength and believe that she can restore the library.
But may I ask you? I mean, this is like proof of the fact that your work is a target. How is your reaction? What do you think of that?
Really, I was shocked because it's only book. It's not a army. It's not forces or weapons. It's only words. But I know that Russians understand the power of word, and that is why they destroyed some kind of books in all libraries, in all towns they occupied.
I went on one of those trips, and then together with colleagues, and we asked one question in every place. It was, what do you need? And we thought that they would say that we need computers and things like that. But the thing people said was, we need books. That's our biggest need. Is that also what people tend to say when you speak to them in Victoria?
They need books. They need just meeting. They need share their story. They want to be listened, and they need to be shown and tell their story. It's very important for them.
Will you go on more of those trips?
Yes. Now I have a new book, and I want to go with a tour, and I want to go to Kharkiv, to Dnipro, to near the front line, because its audience very appreciate, and because they need to to found their Ukrainian identity, and they strongly need to see new contemporary Ukrainian books and authors. For them, it's more important even for their readers from the west part of Ukraine, because they understand that the books, that the culture is a target for Russians.
You said, I want to ask you, you said that the audience at the libraries, they are different now than they were before. They have, before they listened, now they want to speak. And you as a writer, are you the same writer now than you were before the 24th of February in 2022? Has the war sort of changed you as a writer?
Yes, we all changed, and authors too. In the beginning of the occupation, first 6 months, I think, I could only read.
Yeah.
And it was science fiction or fantasy, something as far removed from reality as possible. And then I started writing. It was a short prose, and most of my colleagues still write only short stories. And for me it was post-apocalyptic fiction, and that was how the world felt to me. And still one of my favorite genre. I think this genre is also very optimistic. I'm not joking. Nothing can scare people who have survived the apocalypse anymore, I think. At the same time, war showed me how short life can be, and that nothing can be put for later. No excuse to procrastination. You have to write if you want, if you need. And I told it my writing students in a lecture. I advised them to memorize the emotion, to write down the experience they're going through, because this is a unique experience. We will be able to share it with the rest of the world, and who knows, maybe our experience will help others fight with evil.
I spoke to, there are like many books by soldiers coming out in Ukraine. I spoke to one of them, the poet Yarina Shornohus. Sorry for my pronunciation. Who is serving at the front line and has been doing that for a long time. And she's very successful, and she published books. I think her last book came last year. And she said to me that books by soldiers help to bridge the gap between soldiers and civilians. She said that the Russians use this gap when they claim that ordinary Ukrainians are tired of the war and want to stop fighting. Do you agree on this? I mean, you're not poets at the front line, but do you recognize this sort of thinking?
I think I like my genre because it's have two functions. One is escapism. It's escapism to another world and imagine world, and that is why fantasy now is the most important, I think, and was most popular genre in Ukraine. But in other hand, fantasy give us distance and a possibility to speak about very hard things, about war. And my second novel about Crimea, about situation in a fantasy genre, but about annexation. And I know this book is quite popular in the army, in the front line, because warriors need
to
yes, they want to read about something familiar, but not the hard reality, I think. And yes, a lot of our Ukrainian authors are now in the army, mostly men, and they can't write right now. It's a very big problem, I think, and they can't participate in the literary events. They can go abroad, and that is why we need to speak for them, and I think it will be a next step to not lose this author who is in the army now. And I don't speak about now about who dies in the army. It's a lot. It's a lot artists.
Thank you. We'll go back a bit to the libraries. This question about what Jarina Chornou said about this, the necessity of stories being told that is about reality as well. I mean, what she says is that there is a gap where disinformation and the propaganda can find its place if it's not filled by other things. Libraries have a big role to play when it comes to fighting disinformation.
Yes.
Can you tell us a bit about how this is actually being done?
Yes, thank you for this question, because it is also important aspect of work of libraries, because nowadays their function are wider than they were before. Libraries still institutions that have trust from their readers, from their users, and nowadays librarians are trying to develop critical thinking, to work with media literacy and develop that skills that can help the users to be resilient, to fight with propaganda, with fake, because mostly such information makes people feel anxiety. They feel they become angry and not stable. Sometimes they even panic. So if libraries give that tool how to filter information, how to manage in this overloaded informational environment, our citizens, library users and readers can feel more confident. And this is the issue also about security. Because a lot of information that goes around, and it's not so easy to filter it and understand where is truth, where is propaganda, where is fakes that tries to weaken our citizens. So libraries can be those institutions, and they are those institutions that work in this area. Now they become filters, provided developing media literacy, critical thinking. They explain how to check and understand information that they get from all over media.
I understand that there are like 6,000 of those those hubs that you're describing there. How far has this happened? Like after 2022, or did it? How far was the? How much has been done before?
Well, we have like hubs of digital literacy for about several years, but before, libraries also worked with media literacy, with critical thinking. It was like trainings, like some kind of events, but it was mostly from part to part. But now we understand the importance of this activities, and this is that role that also libraries provide, because they are public spaces, mostly, as I mentioned, libraries as public and safe place. So they do it by themselves or taking part in national initiatives. For example, so they can do it by themselves. They can invite specialists who are volunteers, and they work with their readers on these aspects, and also international and local initiatives. For example, we have national project Filter, initiated by Ministry of Culture. There is a platform that offers some relevant information, some guides, some recommendations, with which are useful for Ukrainian libraries to work with their audience. Also, we have Dia Osvita, this digital platform, thanks to Ministry of Digital Transformation and the funding of Sweden. There are different educational serials, including media literacy, critical thinking. So you can find there, and our librarians use these serials together with their users, so they just watch them, discuss, and then they have tests and get certificates. For some people, it is very important and useful. Like I am a skill in media literacy, and this is something on national level that we provide. There are also some different other projects from international partners. For example, Ficht in Fakten, it's like project from Goethe Institute in Ukraine. They decided to do it with board games for youth. And so their audience is, their providers are libraries. So they spread this board games, and librarians invite Ukrainian youth, and they work about facts, fact-checking in a way of game that is much easier than traditional seminar or workshop.
Karin Grönvall, when you have this overall knowledge of Swedish library sector, when you listen to Victoria and to Svetlana, what are your reflections? What can Sweden learn from the Ukrainian experience?
Well, there's so much to learn. I think it's really in a sharp situation, because we also been working with media literacy. We work a lot with media literacy amongst the libraries, and also this is so important. But it's also, I think, for school libraries, they work a lot with the teacher, and it gets real, and also for university libraries. But in the public libraries, people don't really go there and ask questions about, concerning media literacy. But then again, when you have this situation with propaganda, etc., you get unsure, and you really need somewhere to go. And I think that's important to keep. So you can do your training and you can get a role, but in this really crisis and war situation, you have to be there. And also, I think also that's important to get this official role, that you get adopted by the official or the politicians or whatever, the government, to say this is your role now. So you get an official task, really. I think that's important for us to take with us as well. Yeah.
That this role should be more clear.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah.
Is it also that the Swedish libraries hasn't been really successful when it comes to telling people what they can do?
That's a big question, isn't it? We always think that we can be more open with that. I think a lot of people know what we can do. The people that really visit us every day, they know what support they can get, etc. But then again, you have to have your providers, your governments, your local authorities. They are the people that really need to know what you can do. And I think the most important for the preparedness is to be part of that, to be part in the planning, that it's not that, because everyone will go to the library anyway, isn't it?
Well, I can add that it's easier for school and university libraries to stay in touch with the students and to teach them. But it's how can we reach grown-ups who do not visit schools or universities. So that's the public libraries became such a platform that they can visit and got some useful skills because of this informational attacks that we get, that if people can verify this information and understand what is going on, so the weaker these informational attacks become.
Would you say that the Ukrainian libraries has gained a new audience during the last years?
In libraries,
Yeah.
we gain a new audience. We attract people because there are some useful skills that they can get in library, not on paid courses. Sometimes we have lots of online free courses, but not everybody is willing and understand where to find them and how to go through them. And libraries provide this platform, this space where they can communicate with each other and also get some useful information. And gamification is really a very good tool to work with youth.
Karin, how would you describe the preparedness of the Swedish library sector for a situation like in Ukraine?
Well, I think it's very hard to be really prepared, I suppose. It's always been a crisis. Then again, we have been talking about preparedness since about 2019, so even before the full-scale...
Pandemic also...
Yeah, the pandemic, a lot of refugees coming to the libraries, and absolutely the COVID-19. We were really struggling, I would say, in the libraries. Everyone did great work, but we had not really an overall sort of a strategic plan or anything, so we did different things in different areas, but a lot of the libraries worked very, very close to the local community and sort of helped out wherever needed. And I think that's the skill of the libraries. They can see the possibilities, they see the needs, and they go in and go there.
They move
but
fast.
They move very fast, but then again, I think what we really learn from you now is that this is the short-term perspective. But then again, we have the long-term perspective. After 4 years already, you have less staff. You said something. The salaries are very low. The expectations are very high. So what I see out of that is real that. Well, the expectations you do great things with the media literacy hubs and sharing stories and literature, etc., meeting places, and then again, the staff get smaller and smaller, it get harder to keep people there. So how will you cope for, God forbid, but for a longer time? Will it be possible? Where is the resilience in this? So that's, I think, we have to really take with us when we plan as well, because I think we tend to plan in Sweden as well for a very short crisis. No, this is the crisis, the cultural heritage. We have to evacuate it or whatever. But then again, how can we cope? How can we keep up continuity for a longer term? I think that's really what we have to keep in mind.
I want also to add that according to a report of International Federation of Library Association, informational resilience is a trend that goes all around libraries, just to understand what is going on, because we have a lot of information that we've got to deal with, especially in the area when we got touchy with artificial intelligence, when you cannot believe in every picture on every video that you see. But in Ukraine, there's another aspect that goes deeper, not just educational, digital education, educated people who have this high level of critical thinking, but there's a question of for us as security, national security, and the way to support civilians and to stay strong, because we got lots of information. We got information that Ukrainians will froze to death, you will be killed, you all will be dead, all men will be vanished. Of course, people start to panic, but if we try to find this source of information, who will get benefit from this information? And if we got like when we critical think like for different aspects, just think, and emotions, no facts, resource that is not relevant, thanks, no more. And that helps people to stay strong, not to panic, not to give up, and not to run away like we don't care, just leave us alone. This is the question of informational resilience that came to the way to protect ourselves, our nation.
But I think what you're saying is really that the libraries have a large trust from the civilians. I think that's we have in Sweden as well. So that's something we really can build on, the trust that we do have to keep calm and, as you said,
Yes.
and keep up with that.
And also informational support, also this place where people can talk with, where they can be heard, like these places of communication. And also libraries nowadays invite psychologists, volunteers, and also some projects that are focused on psychosocial support. Visit libraries as a place to gather society where they can give this support.
But may I ask you a question? Yeah, just about this issue with mental health. A lot of people having mental health issues because of the long term. That's what Oksana Brie told me. And I was thinking, how can you cope with that if they all come to the library? I think you get in new areas that you have to cope with as librarians.
Yeah, library is a place where when you work with psychologists in library, it seems like easier than to go to hospital. And since 2022, we work on this idea that asking for mental help and asking for help from psychologists is okay, it's normal. You're not a psycho, it's normal. And for some people, it's harder to go on the session with psychologists, but it's better to go on psychological training or psychological communication, something like group when you go with your friends, and it's easier, that is not one by one. Also, we have some psychological games that is like, it's a game. It's not, no one is trying to go inside of you and find something inside. It's easy. This is the way how psychologists can give support. And libraries are this place where it is normal to come, and if you cooperate with psychologists, it's like no problem.
I remember we visited this place, Novgorod Siversky, and the librarian there, he told me that he felt as if he had become a priest. After their period of occupation and so on, and also expressed the fact that they are dealing with so many other things now. Hanna, we listened to Svetlana and her story from this field trip with PEN Ukraine and the Swedish PEN. You're just about to start this collaboration with PEN Ukraine to support those trips. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, the library trips are a part of a larger project, but I just want to say thank you so much for what you just shared. I think it really reminds me that, you know, the fact that we know that Russia's aggression is not only targeting statehood, but it's targeting Ukrainian word. And I mean, just looking at your book with the bullet holes, it says a lot about what's happening. And I think PEN Sweden and PEN Ukraine started collaborating just after the full-scale invasion. And those first steps were acts of solidarity, translating poems that came directly from that immediate experience. It was emergency grants, also directed to librarians, but writers and translators. But then coming in like years into the full-scale invasion, I think what it was said yesterday, there's a question of ongoing engagement. And how do we do that? How do we collaborate? How do we listen? Because as a Swedish partner, you're very humble. And when we have developed this project that we are starting now, that is called Pen to Pen, we have been listening for several years. I've been to Ukraine myself, and we've been having a dialogue on what needs to be done. And it was clear for us that we need to support this infrastructure, like this web of work that has been created by PEN Ukraine during these years. And Unbreakable Libraries that you have been a part of, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, on the one hand, it's a very simple idea, like taking a small minivan, going to different libraries, like a small group of people, packing that van with books. And
Books and poets.
books and poets, and just also what you also described, like this meeting with the readers. And I mean, it fills so many functions. So our project is basically, I mean, giving funds for gas, for fees for writers, etc. So joining an already existing structure. And also, I mean, you mentioned some numbers with how many libraries that have been attacked, documents that have been destroyed. So there's a great need for new literature. So parallel with this, we are also fundraising for donations of books to Ukraine. But one thing that maybe surprised me when we were making this collective application and talking to our colleagues is like, okay, what needs to be done? And one of the responses was, we need more translations, we need more relations between Sweden and Ukraine. And it surprised me a little bit, because I mean, there are so many urgent things, but having this shared experience with literature, translating works by Ukrainian writers and the opposite, is a part of that. So in this project, we are also we are making residencies for Swedish poets and translators to come to Ukraine, to work with colleagues, to meet colleagues like you, and to start different kinds of collaborations. And we are commissioning texts by Ukrainian writers, different genres that will be translated to Swedish. So we are trying to integrate ourselves in this incredibly impressive network that has been built up by PEN Ukraine and partners.
And you're traveling to Ukraine in just a couple of weeks' time.
Yes.
What do you wish to bring back from that experience? What do you wish to bring back to your everyday activities from this project, so to speak?
I mean, I remember the last time I went there, then I was so close to the Slovakia border as you could possibly come. I mean, for a Ukrainian, it was almost like being outside of the country. But for me, it was a very big step, going over the border and meeting people and colleagues from different parts of Ukraine. And it completely changed the way we worked. It completely changed me as a person. It changed the work PEN Sweden is doing with PEN Ukraine. And I mean, I expect nothing less from this trip. Now I will go further into the country.
Can you describe? You say it changed your way of working and thinking. In what way?
Because you meet colleagues and you listen to how they work, and you. I'm very humble going there. I don't come with well prepared, answers and plans. I go there to listen and to understand how things are working inside the country.
But when you say that it changed your way of working, in what way did it change your work?
We went from an organization working with small or big acts of solidarity, giving resources, time, attention, to a partner organization, that works together with our colleagues in Ukraine. So I think that it deepened our collaboration. And in the application that we wrote, we were meant to, describe what we could how we as a Swedish partner could learn our Ukrainian friends. And I mean, of course, it's the opposite. We, as a Swedish partner, we will learn much more from what is happening now and how you are developing your work, starting from a very acute situation, but in that acute situation, you are really showing us, what's important and how you can come together in libraries
But that mindset is not evident. It easily gets very one-dimensional, in one direction, so to speak. We should support them. To realize that there is also lots to learn, it's not that clear. Do you agree, Colin?
I agree that I think it's quite obvious now that we learn from each other. I think we sort of left that stage from the first, that is acute stage, and you want to support and you want to give things and what do you need, etc., and realize that, oh shit, we have so much to learn to get to work together, to actually support each other in this. As you were talking about these hubs, and it's just amazing what you've done and how you have developed due to the situation, which is very sad, but at the same time you really developed new skills, and I think we can learn so much about that. Because we know planning for a crisis that might come is so different, as you know, that being in a crisis and seeing it in the long run. So I think really what we need now is to build up these long-term relationships so we can work together in the long run, and to see to rebuild and continue to rebuild. So, as I've heard so many times, is also what you restore immediately. That was even, I mean, after the first few months of the full-scale invasion, that we heard in media that, well, it was destroyed, the whole city was destroyed as Bucha, and you restored it, because it's so important to restore, and the resilience and the resistance to keep up, to keep going. And I think we learned so much from that. Sort of, it's a state of mind, really, how to keep up. You move forward. And I remember when only after a few months I'm active in this Biblioteka Baltica organization, and we were asked to introduce. You would have, I think it was your association that had a digital conference on libraries. Yeah, and I was asked to do some filming to introduce the conference, and I said, well, what is the topic? I thought, this is a crisis. What is the topic of the conference? And say, visions for the future. Yeah. And I was just, of course it's visions for the future. But I couldn't realize myself, but of course, you look forward, you look into the future all the time. You have to. So I think that's a lot of lessons to learn, really.
I just want to say that there will be a possibility to ask questions in a couple of minutes. So be prepared. I'll let you know. We've been talking about public libraries a lot, but I mean, you are the national librarian, and you also have a background in the scientific library sector, and that's something different. Do you have any? Do you or you, Victoria, have any ideas about how they are, the national libraries in Ukraine, and how they are doing during these circumstances?
Well, I can tell you, but you probably know more, but I'm thinking about the Yaroslav Mudry library that you were talking about, as we have a project together with them and the National Library in Latvia. I think they also have a task quite similar to us to cooperate with all the public libraries and with the library sector in the country. So we're quite sort of similar topics and similar assignments in that way. Well, I think as we do, they keep up with preserving a lot of demand for digitization, because it's, both for preserving reasons and also for giving access. So keeping up with all that, and at the same time, working with the whole public library sector. So yeah.
You have this project. You can tell us a bit more about that with the university in Borås, and the National Library of Latvia is also part, and one of Ukraine's 9 national libraries is also that's very special. So tell us what. Because we were talking about this digital platform, and I know that in one part of this project is building some sort of Ukrainian version of the Digiteket, which is like a platform for skill building
It is. We'll see where we get, but that's the idea. The idea behind, I think, is really this, to build this infrastructure for skills development. That you said, well, people are leaving the sector. We need to keep up the skills in the sector, and I think we're planning one sort of more physical place and also the digital learning platform that we have in Sweden. That actually in Sweden was an assignment since 5, 6, 7 years ago from the government to keep up the digital skills for the library sector in Sweden. And that developed a platform that's now permanent, that we share education material amongst all libraries. And well, it's just an infrastructure and a form that works quite well. Then you have to, so we're looking at how can we learn from that? Can we build something similar in that? But I think it's really also about, sharing needs, sharing skills, sharing experiences in the professional development. Because I mean, you can keep your buildings, etc., but you have to keep up the profession, and that's really what this project is about. As librarians, how can we keep up the profession as librarians?
Empowering librarians as change makers for rebuilding Ukraine.
Yeah, it's
That's
quite large, is that?
quite a title of that project.
Yeah, it's quite a title. It's quite a title, and it's also about, I think, again, rebuilding Ukraine. We're looking forward. We're looking for the future. That's important.
And the Swedish National Library is part of it. Can you say something about that?
Well, it's as we're responsible for this Digiteket. I think that's the main reason we're in this project. But I think they will have other implication as well, of course. So that's what we're really working with. And then my colleagues have had a few meetings, etc. And we're keeping we keep working with this project now.
Sounds as if Digiteket already exists, but maybe they could build more on that, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't know how we will solve it really, but we have a lot of ideas there. Yeah.
Do we have any questions? Yes, we have.
Yes, just a moment.
Hello, Dushi Diakoyo, for a very good discussion and reflections. My question is about the accessibility to Ukrainian libraries. How has that changed during the war, and for the public, how general common person, and how will it affect this generation of Ukrainians? Because a big part of libraries, at least here in Sweden, is that you can go whoever you are and just accessing books.
Did you say in the beginning stability or accessibility?
Yeah, accessibility.
Accessibility, okay.
I want to answer your question about accessibility to Ukrainian libraries. Nowadays, we have increased number of people with disabilities, and the question of accessibility to libraries is very crucial, so that people can be part of society, that they can use libraries, be like relevant library users. So it's also very important issue that we are trying to deal with. So libraries work on this aspects. Of course, inclusion was important part of libraries, but nowadays it is more important according to situation with people with disabilities. Also, we try to give online access and provide some events online. For example, as we mentioned that 70 libraries moved from occupied territories, so they moved from the territory where the users lived to other cities, and their users live all over Ukraine or even abroad. So who are the users? So they continue to work mostly in online. Of course, offline they have some events, but online is also the way to involve users readers into some events. Online reading, discussion, online quiz, or something else.
Svetlana, do you want to add something?
Oh, I totally agree. Yes.
Yeah.
Online meeting with authors is very popular in Ukraine.
I know that some libraries close to Frontline and so on, they are closed to the public because it's not, you can't gather too many people. I don't know how common that is, but I know that we went to one of those places there were only personnel that worked online. So.
And also, when I mentioned that several libraries continue to work, they were rebuilt. They try to be accessible, to raise the level of accessibility. And other libraries just make some projects like how to improve the accessibility of their buildings. So we are all working on this aspect. So we mention this, we write about this, we talk about this, and we try to find funding for this. We cannot reconstruct some historical buildings because we need lots of documents, agreements from local authorities. But if it's possible, we try to make libraries more accessible.
Thank you. Good question.
Hi, thank you for a fascinating discussion. I'm interested in, I've read some numbers about the statistics, the increase in reading and the increase in the number of publishing houses in Ukraine since 2022. I guess in 2023 there was an increase by 75% in sold books. And we've had a reading crisis here in Sweden. Apparently now book sales are slowly increasing, but of course the reasons would likely be quite different. But nevertheless, I'd be interested in your take, your explanation. How do you interpret this increase in reading and this interest in reading? I also learned that there are book clubs, which has not existed before in Ukraine. So these are some fascinating phenomena. Thank you.
I wanted to comment your comment. So people want to communicate. That's why they can gather on such book clubs. It's very popular, especially when some leaders, some influencers, book influencers. We have such. I think book talk is very popular, and people want to be part of society. After COVID times, when we were separated, and then it's full-scale war. Life changed a lot, so people want this communication, and book clubs is some way to have new friends, in some sphere that is close to you, like reading some kinds of books. Other aspect is a number of destroyed documents that we lost. We have also in library collections very high amount of Russian literature. Some of them are very harmful. It's imperialistic literature with harmful messages that humiliate Ukrainian dignity. We had a project devoted to decolonization when my colleagues made an analysis of that literature that is still in Ukrainian libraries. The question, what should we do with them? Some of them should be just taken away as far as possible because they are destroying our nation. Some of them can have just these marks like imperialistic literature. Just be careful of these messages that you can see. And if we move that big amount of Russian literature, some libraries just complain, we will not have enough books for our readers. That's why we need to offer some alternative, something interesting for our users. It's modern Ukrainian authors. It's some authors that were, for example, banned in Soviet Union, Ukrainian authors. It would be great that we could fill Ukrainian libraries with Swedish authors, classic and modern. But please, in Ukraine, if you have such projects that support translation, that would be great to introduce your authors in the Ukrainian libraries. So this is the question, why maybe it's the rise of a number of books that were published. Some people want to read more, as Svetlana mentioned, to cope with reality, and some of them just want to open new names, new people, new authors that they were banned or like not very popular during Soviet period or after Soviet period. Not only Russian classics is what we should learn in school.
But just ask one small question: does the government actually support the publishing of new Ukrainian books as well? So it's a very So, yeah.
And
It's,
yes,
it's, it's a
support and
strategic decision, really.
it's
Isn't it?
important for this as government supports, and if we have projects,
Yeah.
librarians ask for modern Ukrainian books, and not only in Ukrainian
Okay.
language. It can be like translated from.
According to the Ukrainian Book Institute, 50% of the books in Ukrainian libraries were printed before 1990, so during the Soviet era in Russian. And with the current pace of renewal, it will take 750 years to change the book collections. So
I wanted to add one more thing. After 2022, people began to make donations, not only in money, but also in books. After destruction of libraries, people just go and buy books and send them to libraries, support different literature projects, where gather money for buying literature in libraries. And it's great that people are interested in developing libraries. Like they bought book, you were interested, and then they just give it to library as a gift. It's just after one hand. This is the gift that helps to renew library collections from the loyal readers.
So we have time for one last very short question.
Yes, please. This is a very particular thing. I want to know if certain writers have an impact or an importance for people now to give them hope, comfort, and trust, and so on. I'm talking about a classic one called Lysia Ukrainka, whom I'm working with now. I'm studying her and putting on 2 plays by her, Mavka and Boyarinya. And in Boyarinya, for example, there is this comparison with today's situation. And I think she has put her finger on exactly what happens now. And that happened in 1914 when she wrote this book. Would you say, for example, is she still a light for the Ukrainian people?
She's still popular. Yes. Some grown-ups just read that school program, Ukrainian authors, just to reopen them. And especially when they read some works, poems that were not popular at that period, because they show other life of Ukrainians. Also, modern art try to show Ukrainian classics in other way, not like in a very traditional or maybe boring for Zoomers or other youth. So we try to make it more popular.
It's a very, very important person for our culture. And when we have revolution, we have a picture of Lesya Ukrainka on the street, on the walls, near the Taras Shevchenko. Ivan Franko is 3 of the greatest artists for Ukrainian. She's very important.
And by the way, the biography of these authors was written for students, for pupils so not interested in way that they thought no interesting person. But now we try to find out and figure out some interesting facts about those people. Like Lesya Ukrainka was a very fashionable lady, and we never mentioned this because now it brings interest to her personality.
Okay, thank you. Time flies. It's time to ask the last question. Sorry, no, we don't have time for that. Can we? Is it okay to? Okay.
Then I keep running.
Yeah, thank you so much for this discussion. I'm really interested in the Russian language in Ukraine. I don't mean like the imperialistic way, but as I understand it, it's a big language in Ukraine for Ukrainians. And those who create culture in Russian but are from Ukraine and, you know, feel the same about Russia, so to speak, that type of culture, I'm just thinking it must be difficult to balance with the language, you know, since Ukrainian language is so important, but still a lot of people use Russian, and it must be important to kind of include, you know, that population into the cause for Ukraine. So I was wondering how the libraries work with that, with literature in Russian, but they're still in line with the Ukrainian identity. I guess it's one of the identities as other minorities, the Roma language or others. But I think this would be really interesting to hear your comment on.
Yeah, thanks for your comment. But the question of percentage of literature from Romanian and Russian is much more bigger part. So it seems like this is not a foreign language. So the question of percentage that most of literature in library collections should be in national language, in Ukrainian, and other foreign languages books should be in other percentage. But Russian language books are in very big percentage, and this way we cannot perform other cultures. Of course, we know we need to deal with Russian-speaking people who live in Ukraine, because this is heritage, imperialistic heritage that we live with, but we also need to promote it, because we lived also with this propaganda that Ukrainian language is not very popular, it's not for cities. It's this the way when we lived in Soviet Union, like we were looking for Moscow, like Russian speaking are more popular, are more are cooler than Ukrainian speaking, and that was to vanish our national dignity. The question of that language is the basis that forms nation. We accept those people who speak Russian, but it should be not the only language they can deal with. Because in Ukraine, services are given in Ukrainian. Education is provided in Ukrainian, and it is normal to speak Ukrainian. I am not obligatory to understand Russian language. I know this. I know it's this language because it's my heritage. But I'm not interested that my children should know this language because it's not their basis. This is the question of mentality also, because the language that you speak is the language that you read, the language that you listen to people, influencers and others. So this is the question maybe of national dignity and protection. Because lots of years, Russian tried to vanish us, and including the language. A lot, so it was banned. We were filled with Russian culture, with Russian literature, this soft power that could kill us before they started to kill us as physical.
And
physically.
May I say, we talked about increasing publishing, increasing books, and I think it's because Russian speaker citizens they started reading in Ukrainian, and they understand that it's easy, and they understand that we have a lot of modern Ukrainian literature, and they have not to read in Russian because it's for them it was used to read in Russian, and it's part of propaganda. Yes, I agree, and that is why we have a new readers because they started reading Ukrainian. It's very important, and I think we have to keep it now. But I agree. We will still have writers who write in Russian. It's not a big problem, but now we have a tendency to read and to write more in Ukrainian, and it's our fight against propaganda too.
So, since we have a green light to keep on doing this for a while, do we have any more questions? Yeah, another one. Yeah, sure.
This is more direct to maybe to Hanna and Karin, and it's about if you look into the system of applications in Sweden, if you look into the authority like the Vinnova, the Swedish Innovation Agency, or Swedish Institute, my feeling is that we still they are like built up that we will learn people in Ukraine things, and you said the opposite, that it would be more humble and also more better for us to change that mindset, that we actually are providing finance to make project, but the learning situation is the opposite. is that mindset something historical, or how do we change that? Because I'm in a project right now with the Swedish Institute, and it's obviously that they think that we will learn my partner in Ukraine more than in the opposite way. What do you think?
Hanna?
Yeah, I think it's really the first thing that you need to think about when you apply for a grant, not just only by the Swedish Institute or other big organizations or foundations, is of course when you are the main partner. That creates kind of a power dynamic that you need to be very well aware of. And I had really good experience working with the Swedish Institute that we talk about now. And I think the best way to do that is actually the work itself, to demonstrate this kind of double relation. And that is, in my opinion, always has been received with very much interest. And I think like one very concrete way for how we work, a couple of years ago, most of the projects that we did in relation to Ukraine maybe, or Belarus, another country we have been collaborating a lot with, but everything was happening in here in Sweden. And that was something that I changed coming in. I wanted to work more in Ukraine, for example. So we moved this idea of that we should only, I don't say that it's not important to meet here, as we do today, with colleagues, but to think that we also need to put ourselves geographically in the country we are working and creating a partner structure that is aware of its power balance and how to kind of actively work against it.
Mm-hmm. Karin, do you want to?
Yeah, I can just shortly also comment on that. I think that, as you said, Hanna, it started as support for Ukraine and acts of solidarity, and I think it's moving forward. I think the most important is, like you said, how do we form the project? I mean, you apply for a project, but then you do form it together, and how do we do it? So I think it's developing really to be more in that direction. So, yeah.
Mm. Okay, we have one last question.
Well, thank you once again. My question is about the fact that in the cases of war or other huge catastrophes towards libraries and archives is the risk of losing documents or books that are very either special or unique, and is there any precautions to the risks, and has there been any lost damages that could not be restored in cases of literature in these books that have been destroyed?
Unfortunately, we had such losses, especially in the south part of Ukraine, but now we try to be prepared and creating like digital copies that will be stored not only on servers in Ukraine, but on servers abroad in the basis of other national libraries. These actions can help to prevent our unique editions to be vanished absolutely. We have a big project called ARC, together National Library of Ukraine. It provides us with a Czech Republic, a Czech National Library. So these big containers where this process of digitalization can be done in different parts of Ukraine. And also we work on creating digital libraries that can protect our literature. So making copies digital is not only the way to spread information as far as possible, but also to preserve it. Well, of course, we need to know the way how to hide them and transport as soon as possible, not to leave such a valuable edition near the front line where they can be damaged easily.
Can I say something about that? Yeah, in Sweden, I think that we quite big focus on just that, on the sort of collections, on how can we protect them, and we have a national board actually that the government decided on, and I'm in that with the National Archives and the National Heritage Board, etc. So we're working together to see what are the main sort of focuses we have to focus on, and really we always come back to digitization, to have several copies, to spread them out, and to keep that, because evacuation is, as you say, is very difficult. And we have, through the history, through the Second World War, there have been lots of damages and losses even through evacuation, because there's so many limitations on where do you keep it, how can you keep it for a long time, how will you ever give it back, and also access. Because of what I really learned from Ukraine now is how do you keep up your organization, and how do you keep up your good work, and how do you keep up access for researchers and for users. You don't do that if you put your collections somewhere else. So digitization has really been the main topic, and also of course keep the most important very in safe places. So I think we do have quite a lot of focus on that.
I wanted to add that this project ARC has another way of work, that mobile stations that can help repair on the place where this available additional work, for example, under the water was flooded. So they can, on this basics, on this place, they have mobile station energy, so they can try to restore it and make a digital copy. Because can you understand how to resend this remains of books? So if this is a good way to have such station, not in the case of war, but in case of disaster.
Yeah, that's also we always work with disaster, sort of to keep water, fire. There are a lot of threats to our collections all the time. But I think also what I've heard from the Vernadsky National Library, that the building is in a very big need of reparation, and then you might get damage from leak of water in other ways as well. So it's not only sort of the big sort of bombing. it's all about keeping up the level, the professional level, and having enough funding really.
And it's quite clear that the needs for digitization are huge in Ukraine. I want to end this with a last question to our Ukrainian guests. And it connects to the last question here and what we've been discussing earlier about this relationship between a country like Sweden and Ukraine, and collaboration or support, one way or two ways, so to speak. So looking ahead, how would you like those collaborations that already exist and will exist in the future? How would you like them to evolve? How would you like them to be in the future, so to speak?
So I communicated with my colleagues. It's not just my own opinion. So it's like two-side partnership, collaboration. It's internships. It's participation in conferences online, or even we invite to come to Ukraine if you have willing and you have possibilities to come to country where war is going on. Also, it's going to be like publications, professional publications for both sides. It's going to be joint application for joint applications for grants. So some common projects for digital libraries or something else. Other projects, for example, when there is a grant that we need to have European partners, so we can have like Sweden European partners that we can together apply for some kind of project, for example, to support library equipment for those libraries who've lost their material support, their materials and equipment. And literature, as we mentioned, we really need literature in English, in Ukrainian, because I'm not sure that we can read Swedish. But that would be great if you have such programs to support Translations, yeah.
Yeah, translations.
Translations, yeah. That would be great if you have translators who work with Ukrainians, so we can also have books from Swedish authors, and our readers can be more acquainted with your culture. This is the culture exchange via literature in libraries, so we also can help in this way. It's like a general, maybe kind of partnership that we can that can be between libraries and associations.
Right. Thank you, Victoria.
Yes, I agree. It will be and collaboration and support, because now, unfortunately, we're not equal partner. But collaboration is very important. Cultural collaboration. I think Ukrainian would like know more about Swedish culture, and I think Swedish to learn about learn about Ukraine. And for example, one example from my writer experience, I was on a residence in Poltava, and we have in Poltava a great imperial museum to the Battle of Poltava, legendary battle, and it's a part of imperial and Russian myth. But I think we all, first of all, writers, can think about this historical fact in a both way, like Ukrainian, like Swedish. And I think we can collaborate in this way, and residence in Swedish and residence maybe in Ukraine, even in the west part of Ukraine, because only like this, only by understanding each other, our culture, our history, our common history, can build strong partnership for the future.
Thank you, Svetlana. You can listen to her 6:15. And thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Karin.
Thanks to our guest. Just please don't run anyway, because we have small gifts for you. And more coming. Welcome to our second panel of the day, Cultural Memory Under Attack. Culture memory is a mother's milk of the identity that person develops while growing up. And this identity is exactly what our enemy tries to erase for much longer than 4 years in full-scale invasion. And I hope the speakers of today's panel will help us to shed some light to this topic. And please welcome the moderator, curator of the World Culture Museum, Maria Dahlström.
Thank you. Well, hello everyone. Hello my panelists and to the audience and you watching online. War is not only fought on battlefields, it's also fought over stories, memories and identity. And in Russia's war against Ukraine, cultural heritage has become a deliberate target. Archives, museums have been looted, cultural heritage has been destroyed. Language, traditions, music, local histories are being erased, rewritten, or even weaponized. So in today's talk about cultural memory under attack, archives, museums, and the battle for historical truth, I thought we would explore this theme for the coming hour. And I would like to start with introducing the panel. First, we can start from here. Julia Jurchuk, Associate Professor of History of Ideas at Södertörn University, specializing in memory studies, religious history, and nationalism in Ukraine, Eastern and Central Europe. And your research addresses memory politics, propaganda in the Russian and Ukrainian war, and religion and politics in Ukraine. And you're also an author and a translator. Yes. And then we have Iya Kiva, a Ukrainian poet and translator. You have written 3 poetry collections, and you're a recipient of numerous Ukrainian and international awards, and your poems have been translated to over 35 languages, including some in Swedish, I know. And then we have Jonathan Westin, Associate Professor in Conservation and Head of the Gothenburg Research Infrastructure in Digital Humanities at Gothenburg University. He leads the DigiCure project, which supports Ukraine's cultural heritage sector by providing accessible training programs for the digitization of endangered cultural heritage. That's a mouthful to say. And finally, Bosse Lagerqvist, retired Associate Professor in Conservation and currently Assistant Professor at Strömstad Academy. You have worked with Cultural Heritage Without Borders in Western Balkans and within the European Commission, within the European Commission's expert group supporting the protection of Ukraine's cultural heritage following Russia's invasion. And since last year, you are on the board of the Swedish Blue Shield Committee. Welcome, all of you. And I thought, well, I thought we would start with sort of, to ease our way into this conversation, I think we should start with the big picture, the why question, really. Why does cultural heritage matters? I get that question a lot, especially from journalists. I always have to prepare an answer for that. But why do you think culture and cultural history has become such powerful targets in this specific war? Julia, maybe you would like to start.
Yeah, thank you. In a way, I'm in memory studies for so many years, and for me this is such an obvious answer, because culture, memory, history, this is in the heart of a person's identity. So this is very human need to tell your own story. This is really, if we speak about sagas, we will speak about fairy tales. It's really this folklore also tell us the stories of people. So we have as human beings this need to tell who we are and to see ourselves in this continuum of history, to see ourselves as historical actors and to see this connection between past, present and hopefully future. And this is, even psychologists speak about this need as a basic psychological need of a human being to have the identity. It's not only about national identity, but of course when we speak in these circumstances, we speak about national identity.
So if you target history, if you target culture, memory, you target the center of human's identity, and then you basically destroy the knowledge of the person, who she or he is, where they belong, what is their story, so to say. And I must say that for me now it's more and more clear that when this heart of identity is attacked, the sovereignty of the country is destroyed. Because if the country doesn't have right for its own people's history, stories, culture, we cannot speak about sovereignty. What kind of sovereignty this country has? The state doesn't have a sovereignty. And that is why I speak now more about this mnemonic sovereignty, that the community has the right to remember. This is really something which is so deep in us humans. We need to remember, and we have this right to give our knowledge about ourselves to our children, our grandchildren, and they also need to know who we are. And I remember that when I was a child, it was still a Soviet Union, and now it's so obvious for me, but then it was not. When I had pretty different stories of who we are from those which we heard at history lessons. And I think that the most tragic thing is that even when Ukraine became independent and I started studying in Germany, Spain, here in Sweden, I got this kind of undermining comments that what you heard from your family, it's not true. So this is this hyper gaslighting, as I say, because like I was told by my professors who told me, no, you didn't have famine in 30s. It's propaganda, nationalistic propaganda.
So who should you believe?
Yeah.
We'll come back to that later. Yeah, what's your experience?
I'll try to add something new. That, as for me, I can add that why cultural questions are important and our material and not material cultural heritage, because only culture allows us to organize transmission between generations, our identity and our memory. And this transmission was artificially cut by Russian Empire during another only 20th century and before. Because when I was a child, with the same, from the same generation with Yulia, I heard all time, Ukrainian language doesn't exist. It's a non-correct and funny version of Russian. It's like, I don't know, Swedish language doesn't exist. It's a funny language of Danish language, Denmark language, or German language. It was funny, and that our culture is ridiculous, peasant, not great, and blah 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 and blah blah blah. No, this is a very funny question. What things make some culture great or not? For me, I don't know, photographs of my family is the greatest things, but I lost them. All photographs of my family are now under Russian occupation, and I'm a person that losing during this war, like parts of my identity. And of course, this transmission, and during Soviet time, Soviet Empire time, and Russian Empire time, and our other version of Russian Empire, the owner of discourse was Russia, and Russia produced the knowledge. Not about only Russians or so-called native Russians, but about Ukrainians too. Now it's a very feministic point of view. Our country, our rules. Our language, our rules. And we received first at our history mainly after 2014, with chance to express ourselves without with censor, without with great father. And of course, that's why we have to have arguments in this battle of narratives, in this battle of cultural memories. And just a moment, and one thing. I bring here the pin of, just a moment, this kind of board from great mosaics from Mariupol, made by Alla Gorska. Alla Gorska was a great Ukrainian artist dissident who was killed by Russian authorities during Soviet time. And I don't remember, maybe it was some person from your Stockholm University told me, oh, great pin, it's look great. I go, oh, yeah, yes, but now we have our culture mostly as pins, but not like material objects. But only one moment, and I should up. When I was a child, Alla Gorska worked in my region, in Donetsk region, with pin from mosaic from Mariupol, and she also worked in Donetsk. It was 10 minutes from my house. The school decorated, full decorated with great mosaics by Alla Gorska. Donetsk, if you know, this is capital industrial capital of Ukraine, maybe. A lot of gray colors, fabrics, with miners and workers, and we didn't have a lot of examples of beauty. And for me, it was my personal example, image of beauty. I didn't know the name of also of these mosaics, but I went to this mosaic and again, and that's why these mosaics like part of my identity.
So I think this very passionate reply, I mean, it shows why why it matters.
Yes.
And the Swedish team on the side, so what is your...
It's very hard to add anything to that, but as been touched upon here, culture is not just monuments and statues, it's language, it's tradition, it's archives and libraries, and those have of course also been under attack, and you can attack things in several ways. You can attack things by trying to obliterate it, to just remove it from memory, or you can try to reframe it in various ways, and we've seen both of these in Ukraine, of course, trying to change the story. And we also have this aspect of where it goes back to some kind of ownership of land, of being able to, if you remove evidence, if you reframe things, reframe what language was there first, and we see that a lot in St. Sophia Cathedral, where we have these inscriptions, where those goes into evidence about showing what kind of languages were here, who moved around in these kind of areas. So I think that is also one of the practical aspects of destroying culture in various ways, to be easy to reframe history, to tell a new story that often is false.
Yeah. And Bosse, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I could add something. Coming from the heritage area, I perceive heritage as a cultural function that involves everything we are doing as human beings, because we are cultural beings. So we cannot separate culture for being human. So culture is part of our life. We cannot like put it in an extra column in the budget or having a special sector for it. It's everywhere, all the time, and heritage is a function of this. And the way society works, we change attitudes, we are influenced, things happen, so we change the socio-cultural values, we attach to items and activities that eventually are recognized as heritage, which means that this is a kind of dynamic change of what we perceive our heritage and how we give agency and cultural currency to working with heritage and giving it a role in society. So on one hand, we have Santa Sofia Cathedral in Kiev, and on the other hand, we have this very ordinary landscape somewhere in Ukraine. Always, you could say that heritage, in a way, are contested because it's under change all the time. We have changed the understanding of our Swedish history that makes it difficult with some statues of old kings, for instance. So there's always a changing process. And you could say, from my point of view, that if culture is the blood system of a society, heritage is the nerve system. So from the onset of this Russian aggression in Ukraine, it has been very clear that this is a cultural war. We're talking about from 2014 and onwards. It's a cultural war. The intention is to take away the blood system and the nerve system. To have a dead body you could fill with something else, which is an idea about the greatness of the Russian Empire or the greatness of the Soviet Union or whatever greatness, that as long as it's great. And we could see inquiries among Russian population that most Russians think this is okay. Yeah, Russian should be an empire. We should not be small again. We should be an empire. So the intention, as a colleague of mine, Igor Poshevailo of the Maidan Museum, says, this war is about cultural erasure. Take away whatever is Ukrainian. And you could also see that in how Russia is demolishing different sort of assets, not military, but civilian assets that are important for the blood system and the nerve system to function, to just destroy them. So yes, you could say that all wars have this facet on it, that it's culture that is in the target. And since I represent also Western Balkan, I could say the experience from the Western Balkans, and this is a link to the previous panel. You remember Svetlana said that when she came to a library and met the audience, the local community, they didn't really want to read, they want to share their stories. They want to tell, this is what happened. And if you think about everyone who's part of a crisis need to debrief, we need to provide our stories of what has happened. But also the lessons from Western Balkan is that this need to be systemized. This is so important for two reasons. We create memories, and that is what we're doing with culture and heritage. We create memories. The memories are important to continue life. During war, we need ammo, as someone said, but after war, we need culture and heritage to start develop society. So one needs these stories, but also from a more instrumental point of view, that in the what we feel today almost impossible situation where we put Putin in the court in The Hague, we need evidence, we need people's stories of what has happened. This is super important to go out to those libraries, collect those communities, bring on their stories, systemize them, and make an effort to preserve those stories for the future. As part of providing books to Ukraine, we also need to bring the stories to a safe place to preserve them.
I'm going to borrow that likeness of a land with no nerve or blood system. You're kind of describing Frankenstein's monster, I think, a sort of just shell that you can fill with basically anything after an overtaking. But continue with what you said about documenting. How do people document culture during an ongoing war? Is it even possible? Do you have any examples, any of you?
I can maybe start because there are so many examples, and even yesterday Iya and Artur were speaking about their poetry as witnessing as well. And in Ukraine there are institutions who document the war, for instance Index Documentation Center for documenting war, and they invite people from all over the world to come to Ukraine, to spend some time in Ukraine, to see with their own eyes what is happening and writing. And also they give possibilities for veterans, military, Ukrainian intellectuals, write, discuss, and they collect stories. And also there is Lviv Center for Urban History, and they also have a large collection of testimonies of war, people who were refugees or are refugees, people who survived occupation. So there are already some good examples of this data gathering, which for me as a historian, they are just invaluable, really. So this is, and also I know that these people are working very hard to really give ownership of this data to those who tell the stories. So this is not like these hierarchies that, oh, we just collect your stories, but they have this community-based understanding of archives.
Right. Jonathan, maybe do you have any?
No, I was very inspired by the National History Museum, that they had been out just a week after the Russian troops had been forced back from Kiev, out there and collecting data to making an exhibition and putting it out there as a museum exhibition, of what's happening around people, so people could come there. It was open for people to visit this and see what's in a Russian soldier's bag, and trying to explain it through the kind of the methods of a museum. So.
And as a museum worker myself, I know that generally when you make an exhibition, you took 2, 3, 4 years, and they did it just like that in the middle of the war. Yeah, do you have any?
No, maybe everything is like kind of documentation during, but not during the war. And when you write poems in so-called boring life, you document your private life, your routine, everything. Culture is a form of documentation our life for future. But in Ukraine, like, we don't have great or long past. Future is our very, very main idea, that we can find ourselves in future, and for us, culture and documentation is like seeds, really a biblical metaphor. We don't know how many of our testimonies will survive. But, like Russia told that Ukrainians funny peasants. But I think our peasant point of view, our power, we have different connections with our land. If you go to Ukraine, you see that each garden is decorated with flowers. Each house is decorated with something. If you go to Russia, maybe, I don't wish you don't see something like this. We treat our land and everything like alive persons. I really, from my perspective, know this, like this idea of collective body with veins, with blood system, we describe ourselves inside Ukraine in the same way that when I see some destroying buildings, I had, I don't know, date in this building, or I kissed near this building, I feel pain. I feel this losing of something very important. But about documentation, we have a lot of initiatives. For example, the Museum of War Childhood was organized with like connection with Sarajevo, people from Sarajevo, and they started how it looks their work. They collect like oral, some documents, some material objects, and after that, and they try to collect not only testimonies of people, children from this war, as well as from the Second World War, because at that time our private history was under pressure. I don't know history of my family, how they survived under Nazist and Soviet occupation at all. And they try to collect both our new experience of our children, and inside Ukraine, all refugees outside Ukraine, because we understand that like children's perspective of this war and Russians and adults are different. I know that we have initiative that collects dreams during the war. My apologies, but I'm researchers of dreams. When I was a student, my special topic was dreams in the literature and dreams at all. And I know that prophetic dreams exist in my family in each generation. And for example, when my a very beautiful friend, a writer and photographer, Jurko Kostyshin, was the day before he was injured. Mm-hmm. Wounded. I saw the first in my life. I saw the dream with him, and he repeated all time, "I have to stay there. I have to stay there." And I saw the water there and dry fish. On symbolic level, it's about death, very clear. But when we went to his to this ceremony, like
a hospital or where?
Прощання.
Burial, funeral.
Funeral ceremony to his native town. I heard that he went in dreams to many people. And this initiative, and a lot of postbellum, they collect with oral history about war, but also they try to found people with not only Ukrainian identity inside political Ukrainian identity, Crimean Tatars, Nadazovian Greeks from my region, Jews, and others people who are a little bit not common, I don't know, different in religious sense, ethnical sense, traditional culture. That because we have to struggle for this idea with Ukrainian, it's not bourgeois Ukrainian nationalism. We have different religious community and nations and traditions. Very European country.
Would you say that the interest and respect maybe for cultural heritage libraries, songs, that it has increased after Russia's war, or has it? I think it's always been important in Ukraine, but is it more so? Does everyone decorate their house now or put a flag out? Or?
This interest, here I can be brief. This interest increased first after 24, after the Orange Revolution, in more intensive way after 2014, after the revolutionary dignity and started of Russian-Ukrainian war, because our great problem that we have to open Ukraine, the hidden European, a great, huge hidden European nation, we have to open us to the world and to ourselves. We want to become the owner of our history and our culture, and we have this interest everywhere. I opened only this year that my family lived in Zaporizhzhia region, my Cossacks part of my family since 17th century, in online archives, with official state archives.
Julia.
Yeah, I just want to add, because on the one hand, yes, Ukraine rediscovers or discovers itself when all these cultural symbols became like viral, like these pins, and you have these embroideries everywhere. But on the other hand, because Ukraine didn't have its own statehood for centuries, it was only culture and language which distinguished this community as something separate from others. So on the one hand, for me as a historian, it's very clear why it became so viral when the whole nation is threatened. But on the other hand, this community which was bearing this national identity, for them it was through culture. Like if we speak about our writers, poets from 19th century, this is what was important for them. This was the language and the culture.
Bosse, you have experience from with the culture without borders, cultural heritage without borders from the Western Balkans. Do you see similarities here, or?
Well, yeah, in a way, you could see similarities because there's a conflict. and now there's peace in Western Balkans. However, everyone knows that peace doesn't mean there is no conflict. There is always a conflict, although it's not always an armed conflict. But going to Bosnia-Herzegovina, for instance, we have Republika Srpska that have their political agenda, which is in conflict with the government in Sarajevo. So there are conflicts, but Ukraine is under aggression from a neighboring country. What happened in Western Balkans was an internal collapse in a number of independent states that goes back to the prehistory of Second World War. So it's not really comparable, but there would be, I guess, you could say that during a war there is a tendency that from a heritage viewpoint you kind of emphasize the national identity, the national heritage. And if we look upon our experience from Sweden, for instance, we are really uncomfortable if we say the Swedish heritage. Then we tend to say we belong to a certain political party. But we recognize the diversity of heritages, the diversity of cultural traditions that combines an image of what is Sweden. And I think that is something that will take place in Ukraine sometime after the war is ended, that one has to be able to handle that the notion of the Ukraine identity, the Ukraine national heritage, will eventually be more fragmentarized into different regions that one needs to have a kind of preparation for how to deal with. Eastern Ukraine under occupation of Russia becomes free. Western Ukraine that wasn't under occupation of Russia. So will there be tensions between different groups of people in Ukraine depending on what kind of experience one have had during the war? I mean, that could go to what kind of experience did one have before between different groups. So the ability to handle culture and heritage in a positive, constructive way that provides meaning and understanding, that underpins the possibility to reflect and review of what is happening, that gives a kind of stability for societal development. I think that is important, rather than ordering from above, this is the identity of us, this is our heritage, take it or leave it. I mean, we had a kind of that situation very far way back. So in our talks with Ukrainian colleagues, we understand that they understand how this works, that, pardon me for saying it, but the former heritage bureaucracy in Ukraine was building on the Soviet system. And you could say that one positive effect of the war has been that one has to build another system that can perhaps take into more account the local, regional work with heritage and culture, and making that as important as what the central government in Kiev thinks is important for heritage. So this balance, I mean, we could see it in Sweden, the balance between what the Natural Heritage Board thinks and what I think. I live in Uddevalla, and Natural Heritage Board in Stockholm is very, very far away. We have Natural Maritime Museums very, very far away on the east coast, nothing on the west coast. So there's a tension all the way. Some people who live where I lived thinks they would be better off as Norwegians. So, I mean, we have potential conflicts all the time going back to culture, history, memory, heritage. So, once again, this is a blood and nerve system in the body of a society that needs to be managed and taken care of, and not juxtapositioned in a governmental budget. or giving no funds whatsoever because it's only voluntary work. So it needs to be taken seriously because this is fundamental for our ability to build constructive, creative, sustainable societies. And I think that is one important mission in the future Ukraine, to use culture and heritage to build this. I mean, Ukraine is the biggest European country, only position in Europe. Russia is also in Asia, but Ukraine is the biggest geographic country in Europe.
Anyone would like to comment on this?
I maybe can add to this that in Ukraine, exactly since 2015, they started a very intensive process of decentralization.
Yes.
And here this is something what I have my hopes for, because even the researchers now show that this decentralization adds to Ukrainian resilience. So I think that this is exactly the path to take.
Yeah, and also just to put in what can we learn from Ukraine. This is something we could learn from Ukraine, the importance of the decentralization process and the importance of how that is fundamental for the stability of society.
And now even we started fourth step of this discussion when we want to bring our culture from big cities like the capital of some districts to villages, to with decentralizations not between capital and other region. I don't know if it's only a post-Soviet system or if it's a system of everywhere function of culture. But we started to think about how to bring culture to smaller town, to villagers, because in this countryside, for example, children before school not often can meet Ukrainian book, Ukrainian language, and not only Russian language, because we have Bulgarian-speaking regions, parts in Odessa region, for example. And it was very new, only first step, but I'm a fan of this idea, because we need to have this culture everywhere, and maybe some people, because war is a very expensive thing, we are not so rich, some people can rent some house only in the village now, and they have right to have culture life too.
Talking about finance, that will be a whole other panel, sort of also paying for cultural heritage, which is something that is high on the agenda in Sweden as well. Would you say that or how do you protect historical truth in war times? Can you protect historical truth? Anyone would like to take that?
I could start with a perspective. If you remember, the panel before ours kind of ended in the understanding we need more digitization of books and texts and so on. And if you look at how the cultural heritage sector in Sweden works today, every archive should digitize their collections, museums should make digital twins of what they have, and all the time I come back to Magritte's painting. You remember Magritte's painting? It's a pipe you smoke, and under it says, "Ceci, ce n'est pas une pipe." Okay? So the original, we cannot forget the original.
Translate what?
This is not a pipe.
It's not a pipe. Okay.
It's a representation of a pipe. You cannot take it and smoke it. So think about the ongoing development of artificial intelligence and the fact that we digitize all our valuable archival documents that are important as historical evidence and truth. And we think, let's change a little bit here. We change words here, take in another word, and see here's a digital. We have the truth here, doesn't comply with the original, but no one knows because we just see the digital. We don't bother to go into the archive to look for the original. I think when it comes to archives, that is a danger. I don't know if the archives have taken into account, because one way of taking it into account is that one put money into preserving the original. You put money into conserving, preserving, taking care of the original, and not taking money from that point to digitize, because that doesn't solve anything. It just, so the digitization cannot be a goal. It could be an instrument for accessibility. It could be an instrument for research, but it could not be substitution for preservation. And the same goes for museum objects. There was a time in the 1990s where we had a digital company in Gothenburg called Prosolvia. They made this fabulous digital invention. It was the cube, 2 by 2 by 2 meters. You went into the cube, you put on your goggles and a glove, and you moved around in the 3-dimensionality. Very, you know, futuristic. And you could get the Vasa ship. So you went into the Vasa ship and you could ask questions, and there was someone at the Vasa Museum that had was on stand and could, like an angel, coming into the vision and answer your questions. So it was fascinating, but it wasn't the Vasa ship. It was a digital idea of the Vasa ship. So could it replace the Vasa ship? No, it couldn't. So there is this, I feel, when I see colleagues working in the sector, because I'm an academic, when I see colleagues working in the professional sector, museums and archives, politically they get money for digitization, but they do not get any money or any funds for the actual preservation of the originals, because that is not considered important. What is considered important is making it digital available. So that is, it's a collapse in thinking. And I think that is a big danger. That is just my perspective on this. Okay.
But can't you fake the real things as well? I mean, you can
with a very good
change
3D printer, you could fake whatever.
So true.
No, I just want to comment on archives in Ukraine, and I'm just amazed that they still are working. They are open for researchers, and what is very like irreplaceable, that Russia steals Ukrainian collections on the occupied territories. So we are definitely losing parts of our history, because who knows what will happen to those collections, to those documents which Russia has stolen. So for me, this is this question of like historical truth. As a historian, this is the question of the sources, and our sources are now being stolen, and really my very, very great respect to our Ukrainian colleagues who take care of archives and make these archives available to scholars from all over the world who can come and just see the collections.
Yeah, and that is, of course, also the advantage of digitization, that something that is valuable is often unique, and of course it's easier to destroy that one. But if we have digital copies, if they are saved in various parts, you shouldn't put all the eggs in the same basket, because then you don't have that. So it was a lot of projects in the beginning of this last part of the war, 22 and onwards, that then concentrated on how can we save digitized material online, how can we save all this digital cultural heritage from Ukraine, people downloaded, but it turned out to be much more resilient than people had thought. Online sources, stuff like that. Most of it is still there and still accessible. So that's one advantage with digitization. But of course, as Bosse said, it's a shame to see this movement from that you only have this kind of zero-sum game where we have this funding for a certain thing, and then it's moved from the originals, from the physical to the digital, and think that, well, we save money now because now it's digitized. Not thinking about, yeah, we still have this cost for the original because we need to have that. We can always return to the originals with better technology, other kind of tools to get out more from it. Digitization, I mean, it's been going on now for close to 25, 26 years, large scale. And of course, the thing that we digitized in the beginning, we want to redo all of that because we have better technology, we can return to it. And we have also other ways of approaching it from just taking photographs of it. There are other values I've seen now in the last year actually, where we have moved a bit from also just thinking about digital twins, which has been this big thing, into talking about memory twins instead. That is more complete, taking in other aspects, stories, usages, all of that, and not just concentrating on it like a physical artifact that can be almost printed like a plastic kind of thing that you can put on a table, but there are so much more. So.
I always, because when people in my, or rather in other business say, well, but now you have the digital copy, we don't need the original, I will say that, look at the Mona Lisa hanging in the Louvre. Everyone knows how Mona Lisa looks, and yet everyone who goes to Paris stands in a long line and looks at this tiny painting because they want to see the original. I think that's the other side of it.
Yeah.
And you were look like you had something to add.
Maybe then yes, we about. But I thought your question was like more wide.
Yeah.
For example, that we have this long struggle for marking Ukrainian cultural artistic heritage, so-called Russian great avant-garde in many points of view, Ukrainian avant-garde, because Kazimir Valevich, I think everybody heard this name, was born in Kiev, teaches our arts academy, organized the Circle of New Artists. Alexandra Exter, who in reality she was a Jew, of course, and she worked in Kiev. Tatlin was born in Kharkiv, and we have a lot of histories. When I remember, when I went to the MoMA Museum and saw some of Ukrainian authors, maybe Boris Mikhailov too. And they mark after a lot of efforts of our Ukrainian researchers, they erased Russia, but Kharkiv, they still afraid to put here the name Ukraine. In many other countries, I see like Zinaida Serebryakova. She is, where is she from? She's from Russia, but she was from Kharkiv. Because of, that is like the heart of empire politics, that this metonymy between Russian empire and Russian culture, the totally different things. Even if we take native Russians, what is common between white Russians and people from Tuva, or I don't know, Chechnya? Nothing, or Buryati. And about digital, and how can we protect digital archives? Our freshest cases now, while I'm here, our Zaborona Media, was a German provider, like blocked this site. And this media collected stories about war since 2014, and they have no alternative archive. Now they try to discuss if we'll have this access to do something. And we have the same story with Chtivo resource. There were a lot of documents from Soviet period, pre-Soviet period, our Ukrainian literature from immigration period, where our immigrations in München, in Canada, in the US, printed Ukrainian books, not in Ukraine. And now we don't know what because this digital space is under attacks every time. no, we know it's from Musk politics.
Yeah, I think this is a very important question of ownership, because
yes,
these digital archives very often they can be owned by like private actors, and for me especially it was interesting case with Babin Yar Memorial Center. They had a lot of very important documents. They are all funded by very rich oligarchs, and when the invasion started, they wanted to protect their collection, and they, as I understood, they took these digital carriers somewhere abroad. But then the question is, whose memory is the memory of Babin Yar then? And this is only one example, because another question is the accessibility, like technological accessibility, because as a historian, like I can also imagine like historians of technology would say, where is the guarantee that we can read this material in 100 years? Because who now can read a CD-ROM? Who? I have my own wedding recorded on this VHS something, and I was not very like careful. I didn't bring it into CD-ROM, and I am just silent about like how to make it now possible. So even my wedding became kind of history, and it's not that old history. So this is also some kind of a reminder that originals matter. I think that even if we don't, if we won't be able to open some file, we still, I hope, will be able to read. So this ability to read is very important.
I guess, Jonathan, that is something you work a lot with, because you mentioned just that things that were digitized 20 years ago has to be re-digitized now.
Yeah, it's constant
Yeah.
work. You can't just, it's almost like saying, I have documented this. That doesn't mean that you have documented everything about it, and it's not a process that we need to continue. And the same goes with digitization, that you can't digitize everything. There are certain aspects that you go in and digitize, but that's not, doesn't mean that you have brought in those aspects that are important for next generation or for other kind of questions.
I think that's a very important point, sort of, that we don't know what the questions will be in the future to a material. I'm an archaeologist by training, and I mean, that field is constantly changing. And I know in our museum we had these big bags of just dirt from an excavation where the archaeologists didn't have time to go through it all. And so there was talk, so should we just toss this dirt away? Yes. And then with new technology, sort of these bioarchaeologists who can look at these tiny, tiny trace elements, and they found really interesting material here because of traces of what had grown 3,000 years ago in a certain place that we wouldn't have known otherwise. So I think that's important. You never know what the future's questions will be to a material, because that will change too. Julia, have you seen anything how if Russia's war against Ukraine have reshaped the role of museums, libraries and archives when it comes to safeguarding cultural heritage?
Yeah, I think that the war really made it even more important, so that the awareness how important this work is raised. And I know some individual cases when the museum workers, they denied to be evacuated because they took care of their collections, and some people lost their lives. So this is the reality of war, and I think that yeah, it shows how important it is when the person just refuses to save her own life and loses the life.
Yeah, Jonathan.
Yeah, I would say that the most valuable thing you can do as a Swedish cultural institute or heritage organization is to establish a connection with the Ukrainian heritage organization and have this exchange, because there is so much learnings that is going on now, and it's so valuable for the future of museums in all of Europe and all the world to learn from this situation, but also be able to see if they can help something. But I think it's not. And that's something that also came from my discussion with the Minister of Culture in Ukraine, that it's not like Ukraine is not always in a situation that we need to receive help. Of course, they need help, but we can also get so much from Ukraine from all these that happened in the last few years. They sit with so much information about a situation that we, of course, fear will come, but to be prepared for that, we need to learn from Ukraine.
And also, that's something you have worked with, I guess, sort of trying to incorporate the experiences.
I just remember the seminar we had at Södertörn. You remember the seminar day we had at Södertörn, your department, and there were 3 museum directors, one from Bosnia-Herzegovina, one from Ukraine, and one from Armenia. And they had like three statements that they thought this is important for Swedish museums. First one was they didn't think there would be an outbreak of a war because all 3 had been part of an outbreak of war. They didn't think there would be a war. When the war broke out, they thought this will not last long. When it continued for a couple of years, they thought, oh God, how naive we were. So that was the lesson to Swedish museums, that how should you take care of your collection if something happened? It could be a war, but it could also, as was stated previously, it could be some kind of disaster. I mean, fire or flooding or whatever. But being in a relation with your collections and your museums, that you will be able to manage them under a crisis situation is something I think the sector in Ukraine could teach the sector in Sweden about.
I can add to this because I'm working at one project, and we are from 15 countries, and this is a big project financed by you, and we are looking at heritage diplomacy. So how countries of you interact with Ukrainian heritage institutions and how they help, or what, like our first idea when we started this project 3 years ago, we thought like to look into how European countries help Ukraine. But we ended up looking at how Ukraine helps heritage institutions in EU to reshape their own understanding what heritage is, how heritage should be preserved in conditions of war. And this is this realization that heritage becomes part of this comprehensive defense and totalförsvar in Sweden. So this is like total reshaping of one's own understanding, and this is something what we could see in all these countries. And of course there are different particularities in every country, but this is something what is very common, that everyone recognizes that Ukraine teaches us.
And also that one within museums take support from each other. And there's this example from the Western Balkans that in 2006, some 6 years after the Yugoslavian war ended, 11 museums started to have a more formal network. They were situated in Albania, in Macedonia, in Montenegro, in Bosnia-Herzegovina, in Kosovo, and in Serbia. So not all former Yugoslavian areas, but an important part of them. And they had discussions that in 2010 ended up in an idea that they should have a joint exhibition. This was a kind of challenge because of that they were all politically governed. And from a political level, that was not the kind of thing they were proposed to do. So this was coming up from down upwards. And so they started this discussion, and it gave birth to an exhibition called 1+1 Love and Life. The idea with the exhibition was not to specifically address the recent history, because that was too problematic, but to address 2 issues that were fundamental regardless where you were. Love and life. You need that regardless if you're in Bosnia-Herzegovina or in Albania or in Serbia. So this exhibition opened at the same time at these 11 museums, March 11, 2011, and were streamed live on Facebook. Very unprepared, so it was a total disaster. But at least around 5,000 to 6,000 people could follow this. And most of them were a diaspora somewhere, because there was a huge amount of refugees coming from Yugoslavia to Sweden and other countries. So they were following this, and it gave birth to something that continued. So today there is something called the Balkan Museum Network, one of the biggest networks of museums in Europe, with around, I think, 90 institutions and somewhere, I don't know how many hundred individuals. I'm a member of it. You can be a member of it if you want to. They have seminars and courses and activities. But also, just some months after the exhibition started, they got this idea of the Peace Bus. Mm-hmm. The Peace Bus was a bus where representatives from the 11 museums toured between the museums, bringing on people from the different regions. And there was a situation where this Albanian old lady come to the convent in Kosovo, a Greek Orthodox convent, and talked to an old lady there, and they understood that, oh dear, we are the same. And it was this meeting on a level where people could start to talk. That has kind of continued. So finding the possibilities for talk and meeting. There was, in the previous panel, it was this idea about the libraries as kind of hubs for community development, you could say. I agree with that, but I also think that museums could have that purpose. And that was one of the lessons from the Western Balkans, was that the museums were governmentally organized, so they were very much politically geared and were very, to be kind, traditional in their way of presenting information. So this 1+1 Love and Life opened up for bringing in young people. So one museum in Albania organized a kind of area of the museum for young people and for school classes, and they were astonished because they haven't seen this before. We have young people in the museum. Oh, this is fascinating. Why haven't? So it could start to be of importance for the local community.
And speaking of meeting, I mean, yeah, that's pretty. You're here now in Sweden, sharing the stories directly from Ukraine. I've seen this is not your only talk while you're here. You're doing a lot of presentation, and so you can share directly what is happening. But I read an interview with you where you said that that was not a question. That was just
okay.
A remark. The question is this: I read an interview where you said that poetry is an art that makes the resistance of Ukrainians visible. I wonder if you could elaborate on that.
I think we already talked about with that, like on the main fear of Ukrainians. My first was in 2022, was when we will be totally invisible, which our war will be totally invisible, like it was since 2014 to 2022. If we go to Wikipedia in English and both in French, you can find only Russian version. Yeah. So-called domestic war, blah, 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 blah. And that's why, for me, our culture, not only poetry, each field of culture is where we try to speak about us, to make our story visible, hearable, and others. All culture, no, art, not culture, art. And of course, inside Ukraine, you know, like with ecological perspective, very often you can read that trees has their own language, because trees in the forest use chemical signals between roots to exchange information, how it's going. For us, our first language, our first chemical signals were poetry, because poetry is not like so-called normal language. You can use, not a subject, words, rules, and others. You can use metaphors, but metaphor is like the, one unit. The unit of language. And in 2022 and 2023, first years of full-scale invasion, I think poetry was the place where we can exchange how, if we alive, because war is always like struggle, not only states, cultures, narratives, and others without surviving mood and living mood. And in poetry, I don't know, at the theater, it's very interesting every time, especially in Kiev, when after massive, horrible night, people, you can see very, very long line to the theater. People with circles under ices go to be with our people, to be a community, to be people, to feel our humanitarian side of ourselves, that we are not only targets for Russians. And that's why, because I asked totally about poetry, but our art is our common language, the place there, like poetry for me, like glue for community, but not poetry, prose, music, everything. And very often, yes, during presentations, people don't want to hear my poems. They want to ask me about my opinion about this or that, about my displaced person heritage or something. Culture is like place where we stay together and feel that we at the same page.
Thank you. And I think sort of the other side of poetry and sharing stories, building stories, is the propaganda and the other way of using words. And I know this is something you study a lot. And can you tell us something about how Russia has used propaganda, used history and memory as propaganda maybe in this war?
But we of course all know that their first explanation of Russia, why they invaded Ukraine, was because Ukraine has a Nazi government. And this is something that, like as a historian, I was studying all these nationalist groups in Ukraine during 30s, 40s, and for me it was like, of course, like ridiculous. But Swedish journalists, they were sincerely interested, because I remember the first day of invasion, I've got a lot of messages from Swedish media. Can you comment, because you study Ukrainian nationalists, so you know why Russia invaded Ukraine. And then I thought that now it's really, I'm already too tired to speak like, oh, we are not nationalists, we are not nationalists. And I said, no, I won't comment it, because this is like total, okay, we'll use the word rubbish. And then I was really surprised that all my colleagues, because I'm not the only historian here, of course, they all refused to comment this Nazi justification. And I think it was such a good decision, because, sometimes this propaganda, even not sometimes, but very often, it works like this. Oh, you put something and then you distract from the main course, the main thing, so to say. And the main thing was that this is an innocent country, and this is an unprovoked, full-scale invasion. Why should we speak about nationalism? Why we should speak about Nazism? Why should we speak about Bandera, the guy who was killed already 60 or 70 years ago? So this is like, you know, and this is like how you can turn the table around and say, no, 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 I'm not speaking about it. You should speak about the unprovoked war of the neighboring country. Why are they doing this? And why are you allowing doing this?
But but if you go deep to the our the long war, on the place of Bandera was used before Petlurici, not Banderici, and before Mazepa. I think you know Mazepa, and each time how Ukraine tried to go out from the great shadow of Russian Empire, we are nationalists, Nazis, bad guys, we don't exist. And if you go to research Russian Empire rhetorics, it's the same, with different names from 17th century to 21.
They have used the same
Same narratives, and also Latvian Nazis, nationalists, Lithuanian nationalists and Nazis, and others, all countries, all peoples who went out from the Russian concentration camp.
I listened to an expert from the Swedish Civil Defense Agency the other weekend, where he talked about, because you mentioned that they sort of raised that there was no famine in Ukraine, and he was talking about now that Russia has developed this video game, normal video game about the Second World War, and in it the Russians alone beat the Nazis. They didn't get help from it. So these subtle ways of sort of changing history, and if you're not well read, if you don't know these things, how can you sort of, how do you know it's false? How do you find the truth there?
But just because we discussed a little bit our today conversations, because you sent us questions, but like a live version have his own life, but and you had this question, what you can do for us, what we need. And of course we can tell you that we need money. You know this without our words. But what in reality, we don't ask you to send your soldiers for Ukraine. But what you can do, we don't have the common history of Second World War at all. We have this separate world, so-called Western Europe and Eastern Europe. These terms appeared after the Second World War, because the Second World War finished with injustice, peace. We know. What is the difference between Hitler and Stalin? Nothing. We don't have the, and you can help us to read in this history. And we don't have this common history of occupation, both Nazi occupation, we don't have a history of Nazi occupation, and in Ukraine inside of Nazi occupation in Europe. We don't know what people felt, I don't know, in East Germany about women and that time everywhere, in Romania, Poland, and Eastern Germany. We don't have the common history of Russian occupation. For example, with Finland, with Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and other countries. So, and it's, no, if you imagine this, and that's why we don't have less common perspective of our European history at all. And if we go deep, we have to write, Julia? Challenge.
We are doing it.
Julia, challenge the common history of the First World War II, because Ukrainian territory was under all wars in 20th century. That's why people don't, we can't imagine on the same generations how it was. We don't know differences, we don't know commonplace, we don't have language. And after that, with history, repeat and repeat and repeat, because with only one thing what we can do, have like common history, common discourse of 20th century. And that's why then Russia tried to repeat his fairy tales. We have great, not great Russian culture, but great European common version of 20th century.
Thank you, Ia. And Jonathan, I mean, you have this great project of recording the inscriptions in the St. Sophia Cathedral, building this digital database, I guess. Are you concerned that maybe Russia could use that to build false narratives? Is that something you have thought about?
I've heard that there are some Russian YouTube channel that every time we upload something that they go through it and they try to see different proof for various things. I'm not sure what exactly since I don't speak Russian. But I think that with all of these projects, and it comes with all of, especially in these kind of trying times, that openness in everything, you know, open data, open science, open publication of things, transparency in how you do things, international groups, and also that we are having this project, and it's supported by university infrastructure here in Sweden, and I think that helps a lot, because we feared also in the beginning that there would be a lot of attacks on this material in various ways, since it's so contested, some of it. For those of you that don't know about the project, it's basically 6,820-ish inscriptions that have been done over 1,000 years on the walls of St. Sophia Cathedral. And you can't really document them with ordinary techniques, because depending on how you move a flashlight around it, you see different things that appear in certain languages, and things might change when it comes to how they are dated, and they're also on top of each other in various ways. So we had to find different ways in documenting this that allowed researchers to question the material, not just trust the person who had been there and done the documentation, because we had seen those things from Russian areas and from Ukrainian areas where there have been completely different ideas about what certain inscriptions said. So we want to put this out there, and it was, of course, it was driven by Ukrainian researchers in this, so it's been all very open about just getting the data out there so people can see for themselves.
Did the project start as a consequence of Russia's invasion, or was it already?
It started as a consequence of that, and that all this material, these inscriptions were, of course, acutely threatened by bombs and all of that kind of things in the area.
Yeah. We're running out of time. I have to skip half of my questions already. So I think I would like to end sort of what you already talked about, the kind of support you need in Ukraine. Is there anything you would like to add? Sort of what can Sweden help with when supporting Ukraine?
Well, we have had a project, Cultural Heritage Without Borders. We have had funds from Swedish Institute. All four foundations, the Swedish one and the one in Sarajevo, Pristina and Tirana, and the Maidan Museum in Kiev, focusing on improving the capability to document war crimes according to the Hague Convention. So Ukraine has just recently established a CPP unit that could actually work with war crime documentation.
CCP means?
Cultural Property Protection Unit, that in a war zone could document war crime that is legally strong, so it could be used for court cases. Although Russia isn't part of the ICC, as well as USA is not part, so the possibilities for bringing Putin to the Hague is perhaps low if we don't force him. But now the rules for that kind of funding that Cultural Heritage Without Borders has been doing requires that we put 15% of the funds by our own means. And since we, as a foundation, don't have that kind of money, it goes for a while, but eventually we don't have any money left. And we couldn't also put a kind of in-kind contribution because we are on a voluntary basis in the board. So that would then be our employers to give that. So that wasn't either possible. So for that reason, the Swedish foundation had been closed down. So Cultural Heritage Without Borders in Sweden is no more, but the 3 foundations in the Western Balkans is still living on because they are working under their respective legislations in the Balkans. And we perceive that there's possibilities for to increase the international cooperation with Maidan Museum primarily because it's an established one, and through the Cultural Emergency Response Hubs in Black Sea. There's a CER hub in Black Sea working with heritage under stress, sort of, where Maidan Museum is one part and colleagues from the Western Balkans is also part of that. So that is, we could see new international patterns in terms of culture and heritage evolving. One of your questions was, does UNESCO or Blue Shield have any role to play in a war? And I said that, well, experience from the Western Balkans, very limited role because war is chaos. So it's very hard to have a function. But what we could say is that these kind of organizations should prepare, so there are models, routines, expertise available when there is a situation somewhere around the globe. Because we could see that around the globe there is always an armed conflict somewhere, and always heritage is under stress. So how do we work with that? And we could say that it's not only about material heritage, because we're talking about people. And as long as we have people, we have culture, and as long as we have culture, we have heritage. So if we lose people, we'll lose the rest. So what it's all about really is to save people. And that is the role of culture and heritage.
Thank you, Bosse. And on that note, I would like to wrap this talk, but instead of me making a summary, I will ask Iya if you would like to read one of your poems. Because I think that would be a very good finale to this discussion. I will let you find one.
With translation or without translation?
That is all up to you.
Oh,
it's not
I
translated.
don't know Sweden.
No, I thought you meant Ukrainian.
I can't find. Боже. Я його пам'ятаю, але десь воно перше має бути. Перший вірш. Окей. Добре. No, I will read the poem that I wrote in 2016 when our war was invisible. Чи є в нас в Україні гаряча війна? Чи є в нас в Україні холодна війна? Як невже зовсім немає війни? Обіцяли ж, що буде після обіду. На власні очі бачили оголошення. Війна з'явиться після 14:00. І ось уже 3 години без війни, 6 годин без війни. Що як війни не буде аж до самого вечора. Ні випрати без війни, ні їсти зробити. Чистого чаю без війни не напитись. І ось уже 8 днів без війни. Від нас пахне недобре. Дружини не бажають лягати з нами до ліжка. Діти забули, як усміхатися і ремствують. Чому ми завжди думали, що війна ніколи не скінчиться? Нумо ж, гей, нумо ходити по війну до сусідів, по той бік нашого зеленого парку, боятись розплескати війну по дорозі, вважати життя без війни тимчасовими труднощами. В тутешніх краях вважається неприродним, якщо війна не тече по трубах, у кожен дім, у кожну горлянку.
Thank you. You can read the Swedish translation in Tidens nya alfabet.
Please buy this book. Yeah, okay.
And with that, I would like to say thank you to all of you and to all of you in the audience and to Ukraine Culture Now. Oh, if there's time for questions.
Yes.
Right.
Are there any questions on the floor? Then I believe we just have to thank you for the wonderful panel, and please accept our gifts as tokens of appreciation of you being here and sharing your thoughts and perspectives. And for everyone in the room, I want to say that don't go far, because the next panel, called Minority Voices Between Silence and Solidarity, will start at 3.
Applause, applause.
I want to start with one main point, this panel discussion, that too often minority communities, and not only in Ukraine, but in general, they're discussed as topics rather than active participants. And this is specifically what we wanted to do today, to create a space where people can speak from their own experience and from their own perspectives. Because Ukraine has always been multi-ethnic societies. We can think about Crimean Tatars, we can think about Karaids, Krimchaks, Roma, the Greeks of the Azov region, Jews, Hungarians, Romanians, Poles, and many, many others. But at the same time, there's war. It made all those voices more visible and more vulnerable. So today we will talk about this and some more, and we will try to explore related perspectives together with our guests. So I would like to present to you Karina Sardayan. She's a PhD in philology, literary scholar and journalist whose research focuses on minority voices, on cultural memory, identity, including the Greeks of Azov. Janusz Panchenko is a Ukrainian researcher of Romani descent who studies Romani culture, history, and language, including the impact of the Russian invasion on Roma communities in Ukraine. We have also Yulia Tymoshenko. She's the head of Ukrainer, and Ukrainian media and publishing platform documenting the culture, identity, and diversity. And also we have Edda Manga. She is Swedish intellectual historian and researcher based at the Multicultural Central in Stockholm, working on questions of migrations, racialization, and democratic participation. So these are our guests, and we would like to start with talking about cultural loss and visibility. And I have my first question to Karina, and I believe she's going to start also with showing us some visual slides. Yeah. So, Karina, Mariupol, as we know, is a center for Greeks of Azov, and it wasn't just a city, but it's the center, the cultural central for this community. And what the destruction and the destruction of Mariupol meant for this community, and what can you tell us about it?
Hello, everyone. Now I would like to tell you about the Greeks of the Azov region, the history, culture, and literature heritage. The Greek presence in Ukraine is not only a part of the past, but also a living and important component of Ukrainian culture. Over the centuries, the Greek community has preserved its language, traditions, and artistic heritage, while at the same time actively integrating into Ukrainian society. Mariupol, founded by Greeks in the 18th centuries, became not only a center of history, reminding us for the, but also Mariupol, it's a symbol of a cultural diversity. Today it is also a tragic symbol of recent history, reminding us of the value of cultural heritage. Greeks in Ukraine have made a significant contribution to the development of education, literature, art, and public life. Their history is a story of preserving identity through relocation, repression, and assimilation. In our time, when Mariupol has been almost completely destroyed and is under occupation, it is especially important to remember and reflect on the role of Greek culture within the Ukrainian culture space. Greeks in Ukraine have over centuries struggled to preserve their culture while integrating into Ukrainian society. From the relocation 1778-1780 and the founding of Mariupol to the tragic events of the 20th century, the community demonstrated resilience, adaptability, and the ability to restore tradition even under the harshest conditions. Folklore, language, and poetic creativity formed the foundation that allowed Greeks in the independent Ukraine. A real culture renaissance took place. Schools and cultural associations, translations, and festivals were revived, making Mariupol a center of Greek life. The current tragedy, the destruction of Mariupol in war, presents a few tests. The community lost its capital, but not a spirit. Even in dispersion, Greeks continue to cherish their language, songs, and memory, remaining an integral part of Ukraine's multicultural society. Thus, the history of Greeks in Ukraine is a story of cultural continuity and at the same time a story of loss and renewed renaissance. In times of war, culture is not luxury. It is a way to preserve humanity. And it is through language, stories, and memory that we build a future in which diverse voices can not only exist, but also be heard. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Karina. Yulia, from the perspective of Ukrainer, how visible are minority communities nowadays? How do you see it?
Well, I think okay, this is working, okay. I think I have to give a little introduction about Ukrainer in general. We started as a volunteer media organization in 2016. The goal was to travel around Ukraine, do documentaries, multimedia kind of articles about parts of Ukraine that, you know, the general population has not seen before. And those were stories of craftsmen all around the country. Those were stories of maybe historic landmarks that not a lot of people were aware of, natural parts, environmental parts of the country. And one of them as well was the story of the national minorities. We decided to call them national communities in our Ukrainian articles to also make sure that the language actually represents who they are and their role in the history of Ukraine. And because we realized that, unfortunately, an average Ukrainian doesn't know how diverse the country and its history actually is. I myself only learned about the Jewish history of my little village near Kyiv when I turned like 24, 25, and that happened kind of like by accident. And it was really striking to me to learn that we used to have like a shtetl, and there was a really powerful Jewish community in my village, but there's no history of it left. So the same kind of things that, you know, happened historically, why that history was erased, this is something that Russia is doing currently, and the same as Karina said about Greeks in Mariupol. I'm actually really happy and proud that Ukrainer was able to interview a lot of people from that community in Mariupol and document their way of life and their cultural centers and their traditions. And, you know, our team has visited several gatherings of the Greeks in Mariupol, because unfortunately that doesn't take place anymore, and that community has been impacted gravely by the Russian occupation and by the Russian invasion. To answer the question specifically right now, I think Ukraine is rethinking its national identity as we speak, and the war has become a huge trigger of that. And obviously, it's unfortunate, but I think it's still a good thing for our society, because it makes us question who we are and what actual Ukrainian identity means today. And Ukraine is rethinking itself as a political, multicultural nation. And, you know, when Putin started its invasion and tried to call Ukrainian Nazis and say that one of the goals of the special military operation is to denazify Ukraine, a lot of people, unfortunately, abroad kind of like believed in that narrative. Well, Ukrainians are just these people who don't tolerate other cultures, and they, you know, there was this whole like idea about and stereotypes about the Jews in Ukraine, and that was really sad to see, because I think Ukraine wasn't really actually doing a lot of good comms work abroad as well when it comes to communicating our multi-ethnic, diverse Ukrainian culture and history. And what we see today is that Ukrainians not only learned about themselves, they're also trying to learn what's been happening in the place where they've have been living before, because this is something that happens when somebody tries to take away your land. You start to really clinging onto it and trying to understand the history of it. And we at Ukrainer, we have had several projects that specifically highlight the diversity of Ukraine. We did a multimedia ethnographic expedition around Ukraine, and we were able to do short documentaries and stories of what we believe is every ethnic community inside Ukraine. There's also a Swedish community inside Ukraine in the village of Zmiivka. And this is something that, again, we're really happy that we've done before 2022, because now the story of a lot of these people is completely reshaped. When we talk about Ukrainian army and Ukrainian defense today, this is something that's also important to understand, that different national communities play a key role. And one of those roles, obviously, is really strong on the Crimean Tatar community, because their land was the first one to be taken away again, because the Russians have tried to take it before, to erase them from their native land. And we see, you know, different units that are sort of united by the culture and that ethnic element. There's a Crimean Tatar unit in the armed forces, and we also really trying to highlight their work when we film stories of people who stand on the line of the defense of Ukraine. I think this is something that we also, as you mentioned at the start, Elena, that we're trying to really have the approach that doesn't just add on, oh, like, you know, we have this project, we want to like interview 10 people, and we need to make sure that like this percentage of them are women, this percentage of them are ethnic communities. We really trying to also have holistic approach to different projects. So we have projects that just focused on the diversity of Ukraine, and we also we're trying to look at the life of these people from very different aspects and angles, like how they approach how the war impacts them, how they're impacted by different changes within the Ukrainian society. I mean, currently it's very interesting to talk about, for example, like Hungarians of Ukraine, and as we have elections in Hungary coming up. So we're trying to come back to some of our subjects and talk to what they think actually about this, you know, tension that Orban and Hungarian government is trying to create inside. And funnily enough, one of the very prominent key military commanders inside Ukraine is Hungarian, and these are stories that you almost like don't have to look for specifically. You just have to be able to notice that and appreciate that element when you report from Ukraine.
Thank you, Julia. Janusz, maybe you have something to add in the context of cultural visibility, invisibility, maybe also in the context of occupation. So, yes,
okay.
I would like to hear.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is still Janusz. I was at the same place yesterday, and today we'll continue my speech about Roma, and I still from Romani community as yesterday. But before the topic of the occupation, I would like to speak about a little bit about context. Who is a Roma in Ukraine? Because Roma society is very diverse in Ukraine. When people say like Roma or Gypsy, they imagine a single one group, but this is not true. For example, Roma came to Ukraine, different Romani groups from different countries and from different historical periods, from Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Russia, Poland, and each wave of migration brought new groups to Ukraine. And today about 15 Romani groups live in Ukraine, and each group has its own language, its own customs, and its own identity. Even religion diverse. In Ukraine there are both Christian and Muslim Roma groups. For example, I come from a small city of Kakhovka. It's a Kherson region, and before the war, two large Roma communities lived there. Servera Roma, I'm exactly from Servera Roma, and who are Christians, and Crimean Roma, who are Muslims. Two communities in a small city with different languages, traditions, and religions. So over the centuries, a whole Roma ecosystem formed in Ukraine, a complex network of communities. But with the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, this ecosystem came under threat. And many communities, Romani communities and not even Roma communities, were destroyed, especially in war zones and occupied territories. So now I will try to tell you a little bit about occupation, because it's my own experience from the one hand, and from the other hand, it's I will speak like a researcher. First thing, Roma house become frequent targets for looting in occupied territories, because there is a persistent stereotype that Roma families must keep a lot of money and gold. And this stereotype leads Russian soldier to search and attack houses. Here, one specific case from Kherson, when Kherson was under occupation, a military personnel came into a Romani family. They were looking for money and gold, checking every corner in the house. And there were children in the house at the moment, and imagine small children watching armed people destroy their house. And the thing, the owner of this house, actually he was from Russia and with Russian passport. And he tried to stop stop Russian soldiers, just to say, hey guys, I have a Russian passport, stop it. But they say, we don't care who are you. You are with Ukrainian passport or Russian passport. We just need money and gold, and that's it. So the second issue, occupation forces often take over house to accommodate the soldiers. This happens not only with Roma houses, of course, but with others too. I know this because it happened to my own house too. When I was living in my city, Kakhovka, Chechen soldiers, Kadyrov soldiers, moved into my house. And my neighbor told me about this later, and my neighbor, tried to explain to them, to Russian soldiers, that some people live there, and they will return to this house. But Russian soldiers said, really, we really like this house. It looks like Chechen house in their homeland. That's exactly why they decided to stay there. But after some time, they left this house. And could you open my presentation, please? Yeah, look, this picture. There are also cases of kidnapping. I will try to explain a story of one young man named Rodion. He's on this screen. He's from Kakhovka, from my city. And when my city was occupied, he was denied it this time by Russian soldiers, and he was 60-year-old this time. This happened at the Russian checkpoint in Kakhovka, and he did not have his passport with him. That's why he was taken prisoner. For 2 weeks, he was held, forced to work, digging trenches, burying bodies of the dead. Then he was released. But several months later, he was denied by Russians again. And this time, he was given a choice to stay under arrest or to serve in the Russian army. Of course, this is no real choice, but he decided to go to the Russian army. Later, Rodion ended up captured by Ukrainian forces as a prisoner of war. And this is a screenshot from interview. Ukrainian journalist interviews Rodion like a Russian prisoner, like Russian soldiers. Think about the destiny of this person. He was 16 old. Detention at checkpoint, captivity, forced labor, new detention, forced mobilization, participation in combat without real choice, against his will, and in the end, Ukrainian captivity. And all this happened to a person who was not even 18 years old.
Thank you, Janusz. Edda, I have a question for you. So in a context what we are talking about right now, about the minority voices and also in the context of war, maybe you can explain also from your perspective and what you study, what you write about, why is this important for building the democratic societies? Why do we still have to talk about it? But now it's like two perspectives, the minority voices and also if we're talking in the context of war.
Yeah. Yes, of course. The concept of democracy is, of course, a contested concept. And one of the main questions is who is the people, who is considered the demos. And there are very different ideas about this. And I would say that the discourse of Ukraine as a multicultural nation, it is a counter-discourse in the context of war. It is a counter-discourse to Russian imperial discourse, but it is also a counter-discourse in relation to ethno-nationalist discourses that have been present in Ukraine. I think that it is a very hopeful development that this discourse of multicultural cultural nation and of a civic political community instead of an essential ethno-essence as the ground for the demos. It has many possibilities for democratic development. And I will take three aspects of this. One is that the visibility of minorities is tied to political equality. So no democracy can credibly claim equality if some members are rarely heard in the stories the nation tells about itself. And now with this multiplication of stories of many different minorities, there is also a possibility of expansion of democratic equality and community building. This is also then second aspect connected to minority visibility expanding the demos, because the public narratives shape who is imagined as the legitimate member of the political community, and the inclusion of minorities in these narratives helps resist ideas of ethnic ownership and promote ideas of shared political membership. This aspect is discussed very much in Ukraine, as I understand it, as civic versus ethnic idea of political community. And the third aspect is that minority visibility contributes to create a sense of community and political legitimacy. So minorities are more likely to identify with political institutions when they recognize themselves in public discourse and collective memory. So this kind of acts as what you do. It creates community and political legitimacy.
Great, thank you so much. We will move a bit further, talking, Yulia already talked a bit, the minorities in the war. And Janusz, you have this video, yes, to show us?
Video, and I will continue my speech and then show the video.
Yes, so my question to Janusz, we'll start with him. How visible the participation of Roma soldiers in defending Ukraine today? Maybe he can clarify this more for us.
Today, you know, a lot of Roma decide to join the Ukrainian army. Exactly, I don't know, maybe 1,500 Roma joined Ukrainian army, but it looks like nothing special, just 1,000 or 2,000. But the main thing that Romani people's attitude towards military service is usually very negative. In Romani traditional value system, we call it Romanipe. And in the system, military service very, very low standing. But because of the war, a lot of Roma decide to join Ukrainian army. And for example, my brother, as you see, Oleksiy Panchenko, I'm Panchenko also, and he's Panchenko. So he decided to join the Ukrainian army in 2022. Now he is already as a veteran of the war. And also the second man, Arsen Mednik. We had a public discussion with 2 Romani veterans in Brussels last year. And I would like to tell you a little bit about Arsen. Arsen is very visible Romani soldier now. He had a lot of interviews in Ukrainian media and even in European media, and also Ukrainian media Suspilne made a movie about Arsen. And so he joined as a volunteer in the very first days of the war in February 2022 because of his family, because the family ended up in occupied Bucha. You probably heard about Bucha, about what happened to the civilians in the city. And Arsen served for more than 3 years. First he was an assault soldier, then he became a squad commander in the 46th Air Assault Brigade. But what I would like to share, when Arsen's family was evacuated from Bucha, his family, they were sent to western Ukrainian city of Ternopil. There was a refugee center there, but they were refused accommodation for his family because they are gypsies. Think about this moment. A man was defending the country at the front line. He went voluntarily, and his family, mother and sisters, could not find a shelter for themselves. And then Arsen spoke to his commander this time and asked this commander to call to the shelter and to speak to these people, and only after this they can go in the shelter. And could you show next slide? It's another guy. He's from Crimea. No, one slide back. Another guy, Alexei Kutmezero. He's from Crimean Romani community. He's joined in 2022 or 2023. And next one. Also, Mykola Almazov also joined voluntary. And next slide, please. Now I will give a little bit information. Now I will show you a video. I take interview with my friend. His name in Romani community he is Karol, but in non-Romani community he is Sergei. And I put subtitles on. Not now, please stop. Yeah, I put subtitles on this video, Ukrainian and English, but screen is not too much big. I'm not sure that you can see to read something, but this interview in Romani language with Ukrainian and English subtitles. We will play it a little bit later. Karol, he voluntarily joined in the Ukrainian army in 2024. During combat, he received a very severe injury, and he was in a coma for a long time. But recently, I received good news. His condition improved and significantly, and now he more or less good. And now let's try to play this video, and let's try to read. No, yeah.
No, mekana gelen man никам не стон. Чардан чикам не смотрели. Мы не пена мы кама. Чардан мансима желание, мы тежав. Мы кама тут. Мы кама по фронту. Чардан. Честно сказать, мы говорим учебка, мы наклим учебка, мы наклим са 45 дней учебка, наклим са, а у кого понял могли. Зачем ты вилан? Ты кто романосан? Тут мы когда так чи трубу мы когда чардан. Сара мы пена чи трубу. А мурашабура, мурокер, мурашабура. Мы как рейпена. Мы трубу так те защищали мурочан. Стикаду. Тут так чи я запнал мурокер те защищались мурокер. Угажу Деленас, правда. Угажу просто худилась по шересте, tu красавчик сам. Ачарда? Айсар, правда, да. Самое главное, что он дикена с кем ром, Ачардан. Ай гелем те воюли, Ачардан. Зачем tu каду? Зачем tu гелан? Пена мандоса пена. Ай кон если на мете жава, чарес. Tu типа чида расте мерес. А мы чимера. Ачаманги. Мы чимера, мы жапина, мы мева. Мы кабо пена. Мы кого пенав, канал Муротку, скумава в туте пенава, и пенава на туте пенав, те пасам и дужины пенав, понял? А у гажа дикел пеманды красавчик. Вот так и должно быть, эти арес.
Ты делал, как это было. What is spirit? So, could you turn on next slide? And next slide again. So, yeah, I'm working as a researcher. I study Roman life during the Russian-Ukrainian war, everything about occupation territory and about life in migration. And last year we published a chapter in this book about Romani people. So if you're interested in a Romani topic, you can find this book and read a little bit about our people.
Thank you, Janusz. Julia, let's continue talking about the war itself and about our soldiers. Your project documents Ukraine today, and it's a huge, tremendous work that you do. But do you see the multi-ethnic dimension of Ukrainian society, how it reflected on the stories, on the storytelling of the people that you interview, and how it reflected the way you do the storytelling after that?
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to begin by drawing on something that you said, Edda, about the importance of highlighting the minorities and their stories today as a counter narrative to the Russian imperial narrative, but also to the, that ethnic, mono-ethnic narrative that sometimes we see being prevalent in Ukraine. And I mean, we have to also be very open to face our own challenges, and it's constantly very difficult for us, especially to talk about this abroad. Like me being on the panel here, Ukraine, because Russia is trying to silence us on all fronts, it invests so much into propaganda and disinformation. Somehow, I used to think that people who believe that they're like Nazis in Ukraine that are running around and killing and erasing everybody who's not blue-eyed and with white hair. I used to think those were bots on social media, but then I actually had unfortunate cases of facing them in real life when I was exiting Ukraine and traveling and speaking in different spaces in different countries. And for that reason, a lot of Ukrainians, I feel like when we talk with the world outside, when we present our country outside, we should only talk about the good things. We should only stress the great things that we're doing. We should never speak deeply about our problems, because Russia is already doing so much. When they cling, and that's how Russian disinformation work. And tomorrow I'm going to speak a little bit more on disinformation here. They take something that is true in some case, and they spin it and they change it, and that way it's really hard for a person externally to distinguish what is true, what is not here, especially if they don't have a way to proof or check themselves. And I find it really sad that this is kind of the approach that some people take to sort of just focus on the good things. I think we have to unfortunately face all the challenges that we're facing. And in Ukraine, we have this kind of there's so many challenges that our Ukrainian society is currently struggling with apart from the war and intensified by the war, amplified by the war, that we almost have no right to choose which one is more important or unimportant, because all of them are equally important, in my humble opinion, when we talk about us reaching the kind of the free democratic society that our soldiers, our men and women, are currently fighting on the battlefield. And this kind of the ability to embrace the history, to look at very complex topics inside the country is crucial for us. And unfortunately, we do know that there are some people in Ukraine that try to still deny the multicultural history of Ukraine and the role of Ukrainians of different ethnic descent in the Ukrainian nation building. Like, for example, I think the story of Crimean Tatars and Ukrainian nation building and Ukrainian statehood is not really explored and communicated yet. I think this is something that we have to go through as a society, because unfortunately, in our even school textbooks, and a lot of those school textbooks, they were sort of almost translated from the Soviet Russian textbooks going into the free Ukraine. You would still see narratives that are trying to sort of say that, oh, Crimeans and Ukrainians have always been fighting. You've always been the enemies. You've always been kind of against each other. And that creates certain type of kind of perception, especially in young kids' minds. Well, if you actually look at history, there are a lot of cases of incredible allyship between Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians. There are the aspirations for the state and for its own, like, the nationhood, they come in parallel. There are moments when Ukrainian leaders have worked with Crimean leaders. There are moments when obviously they had their differences, but this is something that unfortunately is not being explored in depth. So this is something that we're trying to change at Ukrainer as well, and as a media organization that we believe is responsible for shaping a lot of conversations inside the country. We do try to focus on those topics in our reporting. And when it comes to specifically the war and soldiers and this question, who is fighting for the future of Ukraine? That's a big question in Ukraine right now. There's a lot of talks about mobilization, like whether you're somebody who avoids the draft, like do you actually then can pretend to have all the benefits of this free society that we're all fighting for and probably will hopefully have in the future? If you're a woman, like what's your role as a woman not being in the military? If you're a Ukrainian abroad, what's your role? Like what makes you then worthy of that future that Ukraine is building right now? And all of those questions are really difficult as well. And the same comes to the ethnic national minorities inside the countries, because it's easy to say just Ukrainians are fighting for Ukraine. And you know, for me, that word Ukrainians doesn't mean just Ukrainians like ethnically. There are a multitude of Ukrainians. There are Ukrainian Jews in Ukrainian army. There are Ukrainian Hungarians. There are Ukrainian Romani people, and so on. There are Ukrainian Nigerians, Ukrainian Koreans. All of those groups we try to highlight, and their contribution is something that is crucial for us to highlight, because I do feel and fear that in the future, you know, Europe is struggling with this right now with the rise of far right, and I don't have to explain you guys about the threat of that. The same can happen in Ukraine as well, and those groups luckily are not really impactful inside the society, but there's still there might be the time then later when we win the war, hopefully, when we liberate our country, where we start rebuilding, somebody will say, well, these people didn't fight for Ukraine. It was only Ukrainians. You guys, like, you didn't have any contribution. So that's why we believe that it's crucial to talk to soldiers, talk about different cultural aspects within the Ukrainian army, show these different units that are united not just by their commander, but also because of like ethnicity and other cultural aspects, because we want to have this as almost like a recorded proof of the fact that it was all of these different parts of society. We can talk about like Ukrainian anarchists, for example, LGBTQ groups that were fighting inside the army, because it's going to be crucial for us to have this amount of information to then counter those narratives that might come and might be as well be supported by Russia, because Russia it's in biggest Russia's interest to undermine the society and the cohesion inside the country of Ukraine. That those voices who would say like, well, it was only these Ukrainian white men of just Ukrainian descent who were in the army. Like, obviously, statistically, it kind of reflects the population of the country, and obviously men are forcibly and unforcibly drafted to the army, but the Ukrainian army is incredibly diverse, and this is something that unfortunately I didn't feel like a lot of people, especially from outside of Ukraine, understand, and this is something that we should talk about more.
Yeah,
I think
Janusz, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, Yulia, you said about disinformation, about this narrative that Russia tried to promote about Nazi regime in Ukraine, and I would like to tell you one story that like Russia really works with Romani topic very good, and I will show you one example. In March 2022, Roma women with children tied to a post and poured green antiseptic of them. Here the context is important because in first days of the war, a street punishment for looters spread across Ukraine, and people caught looting were tied to post and doused with green antiseptic. And the Roma family got caught up in this wave too. They were detained for looting and punished the same way as everyone else. But Russian and pro-Russian media present this very differently in their version. And in their version, Ukraine was deliberately hunting down Roma and abusing them. And this version, Russian version, spread not only through Russian media, but also through Kazakh media, Moldovan media, partly European media, Swedish, for example. Those time, people from Swedish radio journalists asked me about this case. And so for Russia, it was goal is very clean to use this topic as proof of Nazi regime, because Romani issue topic is very used to prove this is case like Nazi regime or something like this. So in this way, half-truth was created by Russian media. And why half-truth? Because event really happened. But the context was completely twisted, and details were left out on purpose. And it's hard to destroy when it's half-truth, not absolutely lie, you know.
Thank you for pointing this out. And Karina, I have a question for you. What role do language and literature play in preserving the cultural memory in the context of war and in Azovian Greek, in particular, Greeks of Azov?
So language and literature play a fundamental role in preserving the cultural memory of minority communities, especially in a situation of displacement. When a community is forced to leave their homeland, language and literature became a form of a cultural shelter. They allow people to carry their world with them, even when the physical landscape is lost. Language preserves not only communication, but also ways of seeing reality, humor, metaphors, emotional nuances, and historical experience also. It's also a unique world view that cannot be easily transferred into another linguistic system. Literature gives this memory a more structured and lasting form. Through poetry, prose, and oral narratives, communities record their histories of migration, loss, and so resilience, transforming lived experience into cultural memory. In the case of the Greek of the Azov region, literature has played an important role. Writers and poets documented everyday life in their villages, the coexistence of different cultures and early experience of disappointments that shaped their identity. Maybe you know, yes, I thought about it, about Greeks, they moved from Crimea to Azov region in 19th century. Today, literature acquire a new significance. They functions, literature and language, spoke, as bridge between a generation, between places and between past and present. For people who have been forced to leave their homes, literature helps transform memory into continuity. It reminds us that identity is not only tied to territory, it also lives in language, in stories, and in a shared cultural imagination. When territory is lost, this becomes the very foundations on which a community can rebuild itself.
Thank you. Ed, I have a question for you. So how do minority narratives and cultural memory, how do they shape the democratic society in Europe nowadays? How do you see it if we connect the whole question, not just to Ukraine, but a bit broader?
Yeah.
Or how they should.
Well, I'm working at a place that is the only museum of migration in Sweden, the Multicultural Center. And what we have been doing is, from an ethnographic perspective, getting the stories of migrants. And as you may have noticed, we live in a time which is profoundly anti-migratory and connected in very deep ways to the European past in terms of racism and colonialism. And when one gives the opportunity to minorities, like migrant minorities here in Sweden, for instance, to tell their stories and to formulate what political problems or political questions there are, they not only add perspectives to the political sphere and what is a problem, and but they change and they change the very platform for what is possible to see as a political problem. And so I think to have these voices in the public sphere and to have them because also I think these stories that are, as I said, connected to racism and to colonialism, they are also part of the crisis of democracy in the Western world right now. That meaning that stories about blood, stories about homogeneous culture, they also legitimate ideas of social hierarchies. And democracy and the idea of social equality, they are so deeply connected. So when you legitimate ideas of social hierarchy, you can put democracy in crisis, and you can have this kind of, autocratic regimes that are grounded in the idea of, say, American whiteness or Swedishness or whatever. So these plural voices and plural stories, they really are defending the idea of a pluralist society, democratic equality. They are very, very important for the future of Europe.
Thank you so much. I had a question like for all of you. We partly, Edda partly answered this question, but I still want to highlight it, and maybe some other of our participants would like to add something. Maybe Edda would like to add something to this also. So thinking about the future, not only about the nowadays society, but what is the future of this society? What do you think, what role should minority voices play in shaping more inclusive democratic culture in Europe? Maybe you have some thoughts about it.
I could
yes,
jump
Julia?
in. Yeah, thank you. I actually want to kind of like rephrase the question. I think we should, at least in Ukraine, I think we should ask what we as Ukrainians, like, and I'm saying it as an ethnic Ukrainian, I don't think, I mean, I don't have any, sometimes I feel sad that I don't have any other, like, you know, culture that's a part of my family, but I'm still really happy and glad to be Ukrainian right now. But it's a question of, like, what we as Ukrainians, what kind of role we can play to make sure that those voices are not silenced, are not forgotten, are not ignored when we talk about a lot of these complex and just complicated questions of the future, you know, nation building, freedom, democracy, and so on. I think this is what we, again, going back to the experience of my media organization, this year we launched a Crimean Tatar version of our site. Right now we translate, and we're trying to translate the bulk of articles and materials and archives that we've had to Crimean Tatars, but now we are also translate everything going forward into Crimean Tatar, and we also published our book that is an ethnographic book on Ukraine, a photo book on Ukraine that tells different stories in Crimean Tatar, and we're the first non-Crimean Tatar media and a publishing house that's doing that, and it's doing that not about, like, it's not just a book about Crimea, it's a book about the whole Ukraine. Those kinds of books were never translated to Crimean Tatars by, like, you know, mainstream kind of actors in the field. Because we do feel like we have a responsibility right now when the Crimean Tatar culture is being erased. You know, Crimean Tatars are being jailed and are being prosecuted by the Russians in occupied Crimea disproportionately to everyone else who's there. We do feel like we have a duty to do these kind of acts, which are not like crazy grave. They're just, you know, the bare minimum that we can do to make sure that these voices are amplified and they have a little bit more support that they deserve and they need to be included in this process of entering that future that we want to envision for our country.
Oh, thank you. I like how you rephrased the question into more proactive position. Really good. Janusz, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I want to add, you know, the level of xenophobia, the highest level of xenophobia in Ukraine, it's toward Roma since 1991. But last year, situation became a little bit better, like 4 years ago and 5 years ago. And of course, it's also depends because of these guys, which I showed, who joined the Ukrainian army, and they did their choice. And now, from our side, it's important to speak about these people to know these guys, because they already did a lot. And now it's just we need to speak about these people. And it's think about what kind of country do we want to have after the war. And another thing, when I showed a book about minorities on the screen, one we wrote a chapter on Roma, for I paid attention that no one took a photo of this book to find it later. So I'm very proud of this book.
Okay, thank you. Edda, you have something to add, or Karina? Yeah, you would like to.
Minority voices should not be seen as marginal additions to European democracy. They are essential to its renewal and resilience. Including minority voices means more than representation. It means allowing these voices to actively shape public discourse, cultural narratives, and policy decision. It requires creating spaces where different language, memories, and identities are not only protected but recognized as part of Europe's shared future. Minority perspectives can challenge dominant narratives and make democracy more self-reflective. They remind us that inclusion is not a finished project, but an ongoing process that requires constant attention and dialogue.
Well, I could expand. We have stayed at Europe, but we could take the world. And of course, we have democracy in a location of national states. And the changing patterns of migration has, it means that there are also big groups of denizens, non-citizens in every country. And people move, and I suppose there are big diasporas of Ukrainians and in other parts of the world. And this happens. It has been part of the social structure of the globe. And so we must think of the future of democracy as a future that is not possible to imagine only in the sight of national states. If we are to have democratic equality, we must expand the idea of democracy. And I think that, the imaginations that are not grounded in a territorial nation, it will be helpful. So the stories of minorities, and also not least the transnational bonds between minorities, will enable us to imagine a democracy for the world in which we live.
Thank you. And I think we have time for questions. Do we have any questions in the audience? Oh, there is a hand. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question because both Julia and Janos, you were talking about sort of bottom-up processes in minority communities and etc. But I wonder what is governmental minority policies and how were they changing in the past 10 years? Because I read an article of Kuzeo who said that there were a huge shift in national identity that occurred 2014 from ethnic understanding of Ukrainian-ish identity to civic one. And of course it was because of the revolution and war and that affected the coherence and level of coherence in society. But on the other hand, what did policies change?
There was a law that was passed in 2021 for the first time on national communities, minorities, and then communities in the brackets. And we actually have heard that that word communities was included because of our project that we did and the book that we were giving to a lot of government leaders working on this draft law. I'm not a government expert, so actually I can't comment on like the policy making and the changes there. But I know that in 2021, there was this law passed for the first time. And I think for the first time ever in that law, they actually sort of like cemented on a legal level the indigenous communities within Ukraine. And those are Crimean Tatars, Karaids and Krimchaks. So these three communities, because they don't have another like home, their only home is inside Ukraine. And I think that's sort of like the top like changes. But from what I understand, I mean, we have a lot of work to do on all levels. But yeah, I personally cannot speak on the government side. But yeah.
That were you affected somehow with the change of minority policies? Did it affect you or your project or your community?
Well, there's more, I mean, there are several, like, there's definitely more funding that supports now a lot of these kind of efforts. Like, we were able to publish our Crimean Tatar book because of the funding from Ukrainian, and I think it's like a joint foreign grant, and that's great because it allows us to do what we want to do. I don't know, like, I mean, there's obviously, when it comes to media, the government can't really dictate or what you do or what you don't. I mean, there's still some media who kind of, I mean, maybe are more loyal to the government, but Ukrainian media sphere is pretty strong and independent despite all the challenges. I think, I mean, personally for me, seeing also the President Zelensky, you know, celebrating Ramadan as a Jewish president with the Ukrainian Muslim community, those are the things that didn't happen before. And that, as much as, you know, you can criticize Zelensky for a lot of other reasons, but those kind of symbolic acts, they're very important and very, very strong on as a message, like sending a message for Ukrainians inside the country and also for people outside.
Mm-hmm. I would also like to add a few things from Romani side. Somehow it works, something changing, something not. For example, we have in Ukraine a governmental Romani strategy, but it's mostly work on the paper, not real changing. But from other hand, for example, now Ukrainian government, they try like to codificate Romani language and to put it on official language in Ukraine. And I also involved in this project, like expert on Romani language. So I think it's a good case for Romani language in Ukraine. And about indigenous people, Yulia said we have 3 ethnic minorities who included in this policy indigenous people, but really I said we have in Ukraine like 15 Romani groups and ethnic groups, yeah, and some of them formed in Ukraine also, and they don't have any other country like Crimean Roma, and if Crimean Tatars, Krimchaks, Karaims can be indigenous people of Ukraine, then Crimean Roma of course should be indigenous people of Ukraine too, but for this day we don't have this, I know, political will to put like Ukrainian Roma as Crimean Roma, for example, or Servera Roma also, some other groups also, to put they in this status, indigenous people of Ukraine.
Thank you, I didn't know that. That's a good information.
And I think we don't have time for any more questions, yeah? We should finish the panel. And I would like to thank you to... No, we have time. We have extra time. Oh, great. Do we have any extra questions?
If someone have a question, please raise a hand.
We have. Good.
Oh.
Great, thank you. Дуже дякую. My question is about how to maintain or how to build tolerance for minorities, because even if in a democracy there is a tendency to always focus on the majority. The democracy is built upon what does the majority wants, and how sometimes the minorities are so small that they are officially not part, that they can't make a big voice in the pure democratic voice, how to maintain or how to build to guarantee the minority voices or the tolerance for the minorities in a proper future, would you say?
Maybe we can answer this question, Edda.
I would be wary about the concept of tolerance. You know, I tolerate you, or I don't tolerate you. It's you know, it's within a discourse of pure power. So I wouldn't like that tolerance is guaranteed, but participation. And I think that this kind of projects that Julia is doing, what we do at the center, you know, the way of trying to get, and of course literature. I mean, all the kind of work that makes the voices be a part of the national story or to the bigger story, it guarantees a place for that voice. And it is not obvious, or often they have been silenced. Often they don't exist, they cannot be seen. So that is a lot of work. But yeah, I think from the top down, it is difficult, but there is certainly some kind of mobiles. I think that the idea of adapting to a thought European idea of democracy and plurality may have played a good role in Ukrainian change of policy in the 2014, for instance. Now the Europeans have moved away from that, but that was a very positive mobile. But I would like to hear of you.
I forgot what the question.
The question of how to, yeah, I also, like the word tolerance makes me kind of like uncomfortable these days, but I totally understand what you mean. I feel like in Ukraine, we don't have time just for tolerating, because it's such a passive thing. We need to, I guess, radically exploring, reflecting, and trying to understand each other and like celebrate each other, because that essentially what makes like Russia pissed when Ukrainians are deeply engaged, involved with each other, and they're doing something together. And if that includes some sort of like, you know, concept of diversity, freedom, multiculturalism, that's like, you know, I feel like Russia is currently deeply allergic to that. And for us, I think it's important to, and I see this happening in Ukraine in all sorts of like, in different industries, of how people become more and more curious about this diverse aspect of Ukraine. You know, there's like Ukrainian fashion celebrates not only just like, you know, Ukrainian elements, but they're also trying to understand like how to celebrate Crimea. And there are different discussions happening currently as we speak about that, because, you know, then sometimes not everybody like understands your like kind of like approaches and choices, but it's all a process. And I feel like in Ukraine there's some amount of healthy social media fights, and there are some amounts of like unhealthy social media fights, and we, like, at least I myself personally try to stay in the first camp, because without those very painful conversations we're still not going to be able to move forward. And I think, again, as somebody who's involved in sort of like knowledge production, as if you can say it like that about like a media and a publishing house, we want to make sure that that knowledge includes a lot of these voices. And actually, funnily enough, I remember that the first project we did on minorities was about the Roma groups in Ukraine, and the connection our team has built with a lot of the people from those communities is really incredible, and they were really grateful that a lot of their stories came to a more kind of like social media, like online level. And this is something that we're trying to do as much as we can. And I think it's also like, I personally believe it's such a strong way of speaking to the world as well through the diversity of Ukraine. Like, for example, I think with Olena we were talking about the subject of Crimean Tatars in Turkey, and how essential actually Crimean Tatars has been for Ukraine-Turkey diplomatic relations currently. This is something that should not be understated, and actually, you know, not even a lot of Ukrainians know that, but you know, it's our job to sort of tell that story. So I think that kind of answers your question of tolerance, but yeah, like, I mean, as media actors, we are responsible for the information that we put out and in front of the people, but also the people are responsible for being a little bit more open-minded and curious to that.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Oh, yes. Janusz.
I would like to add, you know, a lot of things depends on media in Ukraine, really. Because, for example, from my community, if some Roma will do something, I know, steal something or whatever, doesn't matter it's true or not true, in Uzhhorod, it's 1,000 kilometers or maybe more from my house in Kakhovka. But then I have to respond for this thing in my city. And if I will, I know, go to some shop and a woman will say, oh, you know, you guys, gypsy guys, stole something in Uzhhorod. You are all like this. Because it depends on media, how media shows this information. And sometimes I even don't know who's this guy in Uzhhorod. But I have to find some answer for these things, you know. So a lot of things depends on media. And, you know, this, I told it a little bit yesterday, this famous story when Roma stole a Russian tank. It's now it's like a national meme in Ukraine. And after these things, a lot of people in Ukraine proud of Roma. Wow, you stole this tank, fantastic. And I don't know these guys too, but Ukrainians say thank you. You support Ukraine. You are with us. So, but it's unverified story really. Yeah. But just media put in, and it works. And one meme can change a life of whole community.
We tried to verify it, but we weren't able to. So there were a lot of these made-up stories at the start of the war that were sort of just like circulating, but they were really important for Ukrainian kind of, you know, mood. And
if you will go to the book, you will find even souvenirs with a stolen tank on the table here. Really, tank and tractor.
Yeah,
but it's interesting how it's still connected to the stereotype. Yeah, so if who would steal it? Roma. So it's
it looks like true.
Yeah, it's like twisted way of portraying stereotype. Do we have any more questions from the audience?
Yeah, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, because you mentioned the book with minority voices, with one chapter about the Roma community. And I just wanted to know where it's available. Is it here or the book? Where?
The book. Okay, thank you. Just online. Here on the screen, you can take a photo if you want. Or maybe you just... we have a lot of articles about Roma on media, on internet, so you can find this one or... I push you to take a photo.
And I'm going to selfishly promote that if you want to also learn more, there's Ukrainer.net website, and there is under, you know, in the top menu, if you scroll the topics, you can find Ukrainian minorities, and you pretty much can read a small article about each of the groups, and a lot of articles on the Roma specifically, because yeah, we have done a lot of projects on that.
Good for you.
Good. Any more questions? No. So thank you so much for being here with us today, for speaking out loud, and I think it was a great panel discussion. Janusz, Julia, Edda, Karina, thank you so much, and maybe...
Big applause for our speakers. And we also have some small... Where? Please, our stir applause to you. And now we are talking about
a lot of things.
Your poetry and poesy. And please, our moderator.
Yes. All right. Welcome, everybody. It is my great pleasure to introduce to you Iya Kiva, poet and translator, currently based in Lviv. Iya is the author of 3 poetry collections, the latest of which is titled Laughter of an Extinguished Bonfire, which you can buy later if you're intrigued by the poetry we're going to read, and a book of interviews with Belarusian authors titled We'll Wake Up Different, Conversations with Contemporary Belarusian Writers on the Past, Present and Future of Belarus. Kiva's poems have been translated into more than 35 languages and published in Bulgaria, Poland, Italy, and here in Sweden in the form of this poetry collection, Tidens nya alfabet, the new alphabet of time, in the translation of Mikael Nydahl and Diana Dobrodi, which you can also find at the book table behind you. And an English translation of her poetry titled Silence Dressed in Cyrillic Letters has just been published by the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute. And Kiva is the laureate of numerous prestigious Ukrainian and international awards for her poetry and translations. My first question to you, Iya, regards the fact that as I read your poetry, the majority of your poems in one way or another comment upon and investigate language. And one recurring theme is the search for a new language. And my question to you is what language this is. What is this new language that you're searching for?
Hello. Thank you for having me again here. And it's not too easy to be inside process and try to describe this process, because I think that we will able to formulate what is the new language of our time, maybe then after war period, not peace period, after war period, because after war, first what we see, this is afterward. And after war. And now I can't, I don't know, like we had in Ukraine a lot of discussions about that metaphor, the metaphor was that. No, because I am like twice at the same war since 2014. Then Russia occupied my native city, Donetsk, and since 22, for me this metaphor like died and returned to life many times. But of course, it's very nature reaction when you don't feel enough resources. And after 2014, I used very simple forms and tried to, it was like, you know, then you, something between silence and crying, with many pauses, with language. Because, yes, it's always like problem. If I can use some Baroque metaphor, because Baroque thinking is close to Ukrainians' word. We don't do something with everything, every piece of our land, space, water and air. And because I think that this feeling that we can be erased, not something new for us. We have this feeling from centuries and centuries, and our ancestors thought about the same. But when I am also from my first education a philologist, and when I read text of colleagues, I see that we became more stronger, like we turned from children into teenagers and adults, and how that I think that our poetry, not mine only, but colleagues too, this is our new language, because poetry is like as a laboratory of language, because the unit of language is metaphor, and poetry is full of metaphors. And very often we don't have enough energy, enough resources, mental resources, of course, because our mental resources and ability to produce new knowledge is under attack all time. We're full of this war, because for us war is not news. With our reality, with reality of our friends, relatives, and like I don't know. And we try we try to find these new words. And you know, this poem is not translated into Sweden or English, but I wrote a poem dedicated to this idea that you need to help me,
Eraser. Something being erased. Rubber? No?
Washing out. No, like
worn out.
Okay, during the wartime we use this like the same clothes.
Yeah, they're worn out.
Okay, and like some spectre of language. Mostly, and very often we stay face to face. I, like an author, not only author of poetry, but also like journalist, essayist, public speaker, feel that I already used these words, and I feel that these words from 2022, but not from 2026. When in 2026, here again, what is poetry? What poetry can do? We already answered many times. This is not from this reality, because our reality is like all time like in changing, and our language all time is in changing, and I see this very clear. Yes, and that I don't know very simply examples, and it's not easy to explain in English. We pray for you. We used these words first year, first month, and people in reality who believe in God and not really prayed, because people couldn't imagine that full-scale war can be can continue so long. After that, we saw new losses and new losses, new destroyed buildings and city and you. And we understand that to pray is good if you're a religion person, but if you're not a religion person, this is not like shelter to go to church or to go to prayer. And in reality, our language, our actions, because everything, I wrote such essay with such title that everything is a verb at the war. Because when you can to do something, you feel that you exist. When you can only talk, it's you you're not sure if you're useful for your country, and this idea that we have to revise the meanings of words again and again, like circulate around the Ukrainian word, and the most of our, if you, I don't know, even in translation, go and find some studies of conversations, of video on YouTube's, all these conversations about how will we call this war, how we can express ourselves to the world, how we can to talk which is other side, because we have different experience of war at front line and not in Kharkiv and in Uzhhorod, in west and east, and we try to catch all these changes, and for writers like to touch with your tongue everything, and it's not easy, but and this is new language, you know, like our prominent intellectual, the greatest Ukrainian intellectual of 20th century, Yuri Shevylov, when people ask them where did Ukrainian language appear, he answered, you know, language is a process. Now I feel really like exactly like we inside this process of new Ukrainian language.
And there is a growing body, in fact, of Ukrainian literature that is written by people whose first language, if you like, isn't Ukrainian. What would you say about this phenomenon, this literary?
Russian?
First
language Ukrainian?
Who are now writing poetry in Ukrainian, whose first language perhaps isn't Ukrainian, but perhaps was Russian or something else. And what are your thoughts about this literary phenomenon, so to speak?
You know, I heard, I'm not Ukrainian philologist, I'm not like professional researcher of Ukrainian literature or Ukrainian language, but I heard Vera Geeva, she's like she's our famous literature scholar, and she told that we had very similar processes in the 20s. When people who weren't Ukrainian speaking from home choose Ukrainian language, like language of identity, of self-expression, of feeling inside community. And I don't know, I see that for literature it means that people that we in Ukrainian in reality have such things that we are not based on Russian literature and not based on Ukrainian tradition. For people in Ukraine in my generation, like Russian literature is not our literature, of course, but we didn't know very well Ukrainian tradition because the knowledge at school time was very limited. My favorite poets weren't in this school program. And I think that we can bring something new. But I always use like metaphor of citizenship in language. When you want to renew your citizenship or to receive citizenship, you go through different levels. First with like a certificate of temporary, sorry, I don't know how it's in English. Yes, permission for temporary staying, then permission for longer staying. After that, you can receive the passport, but before you go to exams. And Ukrainian language, one of them. I read yesterday in somewhere in this complex forward from one book that if you want to feel a native in some space, you have to learn the language of this space. And of course, maybe when you switch from this Soviet heritage, you can reopen and open the languages of your country on discursive level, not only on Ukrainian or not Ukrainian. And I see very, very, very different voices not sometimes not based on our tradition, but in new generations, because we open these holes in culture transmission, and some younger generations, I see they have this dialogue with previous traditions. In some poems, in dialogue, for example, with Oleg Lishega, I knew about him only after 2014, because he was from this hidden generation of poetry, and no, it's only a new phenomenon, but I think that in many countries with colonization past, people made the same. They tried to open new names, to go to dialogue with them. It's not easy sometimes, because Ukrainian traditions is not like the same with Russian, totally not. And no, I don't know what we can tell about this, but in reality, I heard this idea from Olena Haleta. This is our great Ukrainian literature scholar. And he only mentioned that we have to be conscious about this. It's funny to expect it that a person, that people that like return to our culture, return to our language, return to this deepness of deep hidden levels of our culture. And to work on this cultural field will be like people who knew more. Yes, but it's not only question of language. For me, it's not question of language. It's a question of changing the ways in which we produce knowledge about ourselves. And we try to make healthy our different system from previous discussion for system of our blood, of our nerves. We try to do something with these systems to make the body of Ukrainian land like entire, healthy, and that when people from West know everything from people from East, or people from East about people from South, we try to return the good breathing to our country and to us in this connection with our country. But it's not about poetry, because about language, but because I understood that with language question, maybe not our question. Maybe this is common field of Russian manipulations. And if we will discuss that this is not only about Russian or Ukrainian, but this is of changing our discursive perspective, we will be on our own field of battle. Maybe. I'm not sure about this, because, no, you know, but a lot of people in Ukraine preserved their identity in different languages. And now we are here. And now we try to return our voices. And when I don't know, when I study Yiddish like one of language of my family, I do not something very official, yes? Because in Russian propaganda, Jews totally not exist. Maybe they forget about us. But for me, it's like interest for my country, because many, like Yiddish and Ukrainian, have a lot of connections, a lot of Slavic Ukrainian words you can find in Yiddish. A lot of people's names become understandable when you know Yiddish and others. And I don't know the language of Kyrmly, it's a challenge, or Bulgarian, or not Azovian Greek's language, but we understand that this is, maybe this is idea of only this one struggle, something about previous Russian control, maybe. I need to check with my idea, because I ask myself, where from is my Ukrainian identity if I'm from Donetsk? From my parents, from, I don't know, from Ukrainian culture, from local people's songs, from nothing and from everything. I don't know.
It's wonderful, because you replied to one of my questions before I even had the chance to pose it to you, about the fact that some of your poems are multilingual, that they contain words and phrases in Yiddish and Hebrew and Polish and German and English even. My last question, however, would be about war and how it has affected language, because that's also a prominent theme in contemporary Ukrainian poetry, the disruption of language as a consequence of the war. And I wonder how this has affected your writing process, how you write and what you write about.
What I write about? No, I think that's like thinking about language and writing. It's not something new. People, no, if we remember Poetics by Aristotle, it's not something new. Of course, people because for writers, like language, like a member of your family. For writers, language like a live person. You need to feed this person to do something, you know. Maybe people of other occupation, for them, wood can be alive. I don't know. My mother make gingerbreads. She has very interesting relationships with gingerbread. Really, it's a parallel world. We think, of course, Ukrainian poetry is full of this, thinking about language and this, all these things, but maybe mostly in their poems of authors with philological background. Sergei Zhadan and others, he's philologists, but people who are not philologists bring something different. Maybe we don't know, I don't know via language, via language of via occupations. But what was your question?
Your writing process.
How affects? Not now. I can. No, to be honest, I see how I in this book. This book started from with 2022, and after that I added previous poems that try to not write about war, because people ask me why about war? You're a woman. You are one woman. Where is love? And why people don't ask men about this? Oh, you're a man. Why do you not write about love? And it was, and I tried to write about something else. And I see very clear that my language is very limited. With my language is really affected by war, because I couldn't go to. Now I understand why I wasn't free. Free in that time, it was very difficult to think about something, to express myself, and I repeat the same ideas very often in that period. After that, I more similar for my usually poetic voice, but I saw the same in the works of other Ukrainian poets, that our poetry of that period is really ugly. It's sometimes bad, because it's like clear mirror of reality of that time. And I know that a lot of people gave themselves with permission to write with not very good ways of expression. It's like I feel that sometimes I see that poetry for me it's not good, that for me it's not strong, but I wasn't strong in that time. I couldn't do more in poetry, and in this sense, I did my best. After that, I understand that better that all Ukrainian authors still alive and not still alive did it. Or I can put more, I don't like to speak only about myself. For example, if we remind them, Victoria Melina, she described her poetry. You know that she was killed in Kramatorsk by a Russian rocket. And but when I reread very often her poetry, I understand that it's very good poetry, and I like a lot of poems from her. Only one poetry collection, but when she started to write poetry, it was from her side like protest about literature, about this beauty of literature, about metaphors, because she was fiction writer, and she went to, it was like her go to a demonstration at the downtown with transparent that I'm not a writer. But she lived us brilliant poetry, and I understand that each person asked herself or himself at the time if I can start to write again. I kept silence only 3 weeks, but in that time, the time ran so quickly that for me, inside me, it was like 3 years. And I decided, okay, maybe it will be not strong, but I have to do this, because I felt very clear that my memory is under attack. My not cultural memory, my person's memory is under attack, and I did a lot of things, and I understood that I don't remember very clear my volunteering experience or some conversations. I lost many times my diaries during this full invasion, and for me, but when I perform somewhere my poems, I for me it's like diary during the war, and I remember very clear where I stay, what people were around me, what I felt, and others, especially of first 2 years of full invasion maybe. And I changed my language in that time for more simple. Now I look maybe outside, look like me before, or try to do this, to do some makeup and poetry, maybe, but maybe, maybe, you know, like I think about this very often, that in Ukraine we don't have this struggle between generations at all. Why? Because we understand that we have to protect everything. If we have protests with women demonstration on 8th March, you always can see the quotes from Shevchenko. I don't know how to explain. No, it's how to see quotes from Byron in Great Britain. Now, I'm not sure that it's possible. And because we have the same problems with empire, the same enemy, and this actuality of these authors we feel, and we can't allow ourselves this additional struggle, aesthetic struggle. Of course, we like, I like some authors more, others less, but if somebody tell me that please erase this author from Pataka, why? Why? And maybe that's why we don't have a lot of discussions about poetics or aesthetic sides of our culture, literature now. Well, we have, but not like in countries without war. Because we make this job of we feel that we need to collect all these testimonies, and after that maybe in safety we can understand what was bad or not or good, and to make from this archive some, I don't know, from archive, museum, from archive to library, and with different shelves, and that's why I really respect all my colleagues who still write, because not everything still right. Some of my friends stopped. I really like their voices, not because with bad thoughts and bad circumstances, and they are alive, but they are dead like writers now. They have this too.
You have been pointing towards this poetry collection of yours, and perhaps it's time to read some poems out of it for our audience.
No, I apologize. I will repeat, maybe, or maybe we will start from. Do you have this last?
The one you sent me yesterday. Yes.
I try to understand which. А де вони? Боже, це важко. I will repeat some poems. Okay, I have permission from Ukrainian historian. Ну, тоді ми
And philologist.
Okay, and philologist. And a writer and translator. Okay. Тоді ми повторюємо.
Який?
No, like one problem of this collection and this collection or Sweden collection that with poems from different times, from different states of me, in different, before, after 2014, between, interbellum, inside bellum, and it's not easy to perform all these texts at the same time. Окей, ми повторимо тоді. Чи є в нас в Україні гаряча війна? Чи є в нас в Україні холодна війна? Як невже зовсім немає війни, обіцяли ж, що буде після обіду? На власні очі бачили оголошення. Війна з'явиться після 14:00. І ось уже 3 години без війни, 6 годин без війни. Що як війни не буде аж до самого вечора? Ні випрати без війни, ні їсти зробити, чистого чаю без війни не напитись. І ось уже 8 днів без війни від нас пахне недобре. Дружини не бажають лягати з нами до ліжка. Діти забули, як усміхатися і ремствують. Чому ми завжди думали, що війна ніколи не скінчиться? Нумо ж, гей, нумо ходити по війну до сусідів, по той бік нашого зеленого парку, боятись розплескати війну по дорозі, вважати життя без війни тимчасовими труднощами в тутешніх краях вважається неприродним. Якщо війна не тече по трубах у кожен дім, у кожну горлянку.
Har vi varmt krig i kranen? Har vi kallt krig i kranen? Är vi verkligen helt utan krig? De lovade ju att det skulle komma tillbaka i eftermiddag. Jag såg meddelandet med egna ögon. Kriget kommer att vara tillbaka klockan 14:00. Och nu har det redan gått 3 timmar sedan kriget försvann. 6 timmar sedan kriget försvann. Och hur blir det om kriget inte kommer tillbaka på hela dagen? Utan krig blir det ingen tvätt, ingen matlagning, inte ens en enkel kopp te att smutta på. Och nu är det 8 dagar sedan kriget försvann. Vi luktar illa. Våra hustrur vill inte ligga i samma säng som vi. Våra ungar konstrar och har glömt hur man ler. Hur kunde vi inbilla oss att kriget aldrig skulle ta slut? Och nu, ja nu blir vi tvungna att gå runt till våra grannar på andra sidan vår gröna park och be om lite krig. Och att frukta att spilla ut det på vägen hem. Och att försöka se på detta liv utan krig bara som en tillfällig olägenhet. Om kriget inte rinner i ledningarna. I varje hem, i varje klunk.
Okay. No, after that, you can understand the beginning of next poem, because very often we hear that war is about. We all time hear the saying that war started 4 years ago, but war started not 4 years ago. 8 років казати, в мене вдома війна. Щоб нарешті прийняти мій дім – це війна. Її потяг повільний зі сходу на захід країни, у якому смерть життя перевозить. Ніч заходить у землю судомами квітів змарнілих і лягає в роти нам гнилими зубами мовчання. Наша мова тепер – волонтерсько-біженський чад, у якому сирени співають пісень Одіссею. Наша пам'ять тепер – брудна вишиванка свободи, її довга хода від серця до серця.
Att i 8 år säga det är krig i mitt hem. För att till sist inse att kriget är mitt hem. Ett långsamt tåg på vilket döden fraktar livet från landets östra ända till dess västra. Natten tränger ner i marken i vissnade blommors kramper och in i våra munnar i tigandets ruttna tänder. Vårt språk är nu volontärernas och flyktingarnas chattar, där sirenerna sjunger sina sånger för Odysseus. Vårt minne är nu frihetens smutsiga broderade skjorta, dess långa vandring från hjärta till hjärta.
Так. This poem is from before a full invasion, next poem time, because we talked a lot today about like we try to return ourselves the right to be storytellers, our own storytellers. And that I was in this poem, I was in not the best thoughts about this. Бо ми ще не читали це. I will try to do my best. Як тут себе пояснити? Сіль у руках обертається на вугілля, земля стає попелом, а тіло водою. Для чого галузь дерево не зрозуміти? Поки бачиш квіти самі, не пам'ятаєш коріння. Але згодом світло зростається з вигадкою, а любов зливається з островом, шлях до якого ніколи не пізно почати, щоб ріка в розпухлих обіймах зими, зупинившись, забула, для чого вийшла із річища, із берегів, із країни, з-за краю сторінки, для чого цей час порожнистий, наче годинник важчає на очах, для чого повіка обертається на каміння, для чого тлумачам працювати на війні, для чого війні, тлумачі, для чого паперу пляма, яку пальцем не сунути, тільки зламати. Шахта падіння, довга, як шия надії, але й вона вистигає, а тиші обручки з пальців злітають, як тіні з облич наших смертних. Стін старих розтискаються кулаки. І в домі дзвенять нові люди, як монетки скарбнички розбитої. Для чого себе ми віддаємо, немов пару морозу, звичайнісінькому ніщо? Для чого ми набиваємо каштанами слів горлянки нездійснених поколінь? Для чого, не дихаючи, йдемо вздовж залізниці історії? Її знову і знову і знову розкажуть за нас. Для чого ми заглядаємо у вікна кращого світу, якщо ніжність для бідних не варта й музики, якщо грошей не вистачить проспівати хоч звук, для чого ми переходимо, ні, не на шепіт, на нитку води між птахом і небом, для чого мовчання ми називаємо тихим вогнем, для чого в кишені сорому нишком ховаємо, повітря, мов ті крадії. Брудна хусточка сліз не палає ніколи.
Hur förklara vem man är här? Saltet i händerna förvandlas till kol. Jorden blir till aska, kroppen till vatten. Varför kan trädets gren inte förstå så länge du ser blommorna, men inte minns rötterna? Men sedan sluter sig ljuset till föreställningen och kärleken flyter samman med ön, som det aldrig är för sent att anträda vägen till. Allt för att floden hejdad i vinterns uppsvullna omfamning ska glömma varför den steg ur sin fåra, över sina breddar, lämnade sitt land, sin sida. Varför denna tid, ihålig likt en klocka, blir allt tyngre inför ens blick? Varför ögonlocket blir till sten? Varför översättarna arbetar i kriget? Vad ska kriget med översättare till? Varför har pappret en fläck som det inte går att flytta med fingret utan bara att krossa? Fallets schakt är lika långt som hoppets hals, men till och med det kallnar och tystnadens förlovningsringar glider av fingrarna på samma sätt som skuggorna glider av våra dödligas ansikten. De gamla väggarna öppnar sina knytnävar och huset klirrar av nya människor, likt en sönderslagen sparbössa av mynt. Varför överlämnar vi oss åt intet, så som vi överlämnar ångan i vår andedräkt åt rimfrosten? Varför proppar vi ner kastanjer av ord i halsen på generationer som aldrig blev till? Varför går vi utan att andas längs historiens järnväg? En historia som de en gång och gång på gång kommer att berätta i vårt ställe. Varför ser vi ut genom fönstren i den bästa av världar, om omsorgen om de fattiga inte ens är musik värd? Och pengarna inte räcker ens till att sjunga ett endaste ljud. Varför övergår vi, inte till en viskning utan till den tunna tråden av vatten mellan himmel och fågel? Varför kallar vi tigandet för en tyst eld och bär runt på skammens stulna luft i våra fickor? Tårarnas smutsiga näsduk brinner aldrig.
Before next poem, I have to put some remarks. It has title Refugees Theatre, and this poem describes my experience of that time step by step, but in reality this poetry about how things change their meanings. Because theaters in that time was turned into shelters, and I spent my first night at the theater floor. But this theater, one of the main theaters of Lviv, was shelter. The woman from Bucha in this text, it's very clear for Ukrainians, but this is our story and we have responsibility for our memory, but maybe you don't know that was the first photo after the occupation Bucha was photo only hand with
red nails,
red manicure, but only one that only that from whole woman. And I thought a lot about how this care, your self-care, how beautiful fingers became a symbol of death, became a symbol of occupation and Russian crimes. And I remember this narcissi in English, with yellow spring flowers.
Påskliljor.
Maybe. And it was, like it was like sun on the streets. We have markets, like street market without roof. And I couldn't understand how it's possible to have this beauty in April of 22, and how life still continues. And it was very not comfortable feeling that we will have beauty in such times. No, and other things. So, біженський театр. Першу ніч у безпечному місті, так ми кажемо про захід країни. Ти проводиш на підлозі театру, мов реквізит, до війни, яку можна дивитись у вільному доступі. Відразу в усіх очах переляканих насмерть тварин. Ви ще встигаєте купити квиток у перший ряд Третьої світової, писав напередодні Великої повені відомий західний журналіст. Світло падає добре, і світ встигає побачити бруд у тебе під нігтями, і ще довге, нестрижене з Польщі волосся, яке потріскує єврейськими гілками родоводу, коли крейда добра креслить на ньому хрест. А манікюру в тебе немає. 8 років, як його не було. І коли ти читаєш це за ту жінку з Бучі, шкільні вчителі розкажуть про цю фотографію під чиїмось садочком вишневим на пещених пальцях. То питаєш в червоної фарби, чи їй не соромно за це порівняння, але нам, мов нарцисам, у бабусь на зупинках тепер ніколи не соромно бути і не бути, гіркими цибулинами дерев, що ростуть на узбіччі історії. Це за кілька днів ти йтимеш проспектом Свободи. Це не метафора, щоби кинути всі віщі сни на підлогу чоловічої перукарні. Але це не рятує, мов божевільний, з лезом туги під нігтями. Пам'ять водить тебе запиленим полем з мертвими картоплинами, таким довгим, що ти й в дітей бачиш землю замість очей. А нині ти лежиш на підлозі театру, мов реквізит, і здригаєшся від зеленчання трамваїв, цих цивільних півчих у хорі військової авіації, і не можеш вийняти віск з вух любителів sучасної музики.
Flyktingar, teatern. Den första natten i en säker stad, som vi kallar landets västra delar, tillbringar du på golvet i en teater, likt ett stycke rekvisita, till ett krig som är gratis att ladda ner och som man kan titta på i ögonen på alla dessa livrädda djur på en och samma gång. Det finns fortfarande biljetter kvar på första parkett till det 3:e världskriget, som en berömd västjournalist skrev precis innan den stora översvämningen. Ljussättningen är bra och världen hinner se både smutsen under dina naglar och håret som du inte klippt på länge, inte sen Polen, i vilket släktens judiska grenar hörs knastra, när det godas krita tecknar ett kryss över den. Och någon manikyr har du inte. Den har du inte haft på 8 år. Och när du läser att det är för att hedra minnet av henne i Butja, undrar om skollärarna kommer att berätta om det fotografiet under körsbärsträdgården på någons välvårdade fingrar. Då frågar du det röda lacket om det inte skäms över denna jämförelse. Men vi är som påskliljorna som gummorna säljer på busshållplatserna. Vi kommer aldrig längre att skämmas över att vara eller att inte vara. De bittra lökarna till träden som växer längs historiens vägkant. Ge dig till tåls, det är flera dagar kvar. Innan du kommer att gå ned för Frihetsavenyn. Det är ingen metafor. För att kasta av dig alla dina sanddrömmar på golvet hos en herrfrisör, men till ingen nytta. Likt en galning med en klinga av sorg under naglarna leder minnet dig över en dammig åker med döda potatisar. Så lång att du till och med hos barnen ser jord istället för ögon. Och nu ligger du där på teatergolvet likt ett stycke rekvisita och rycker till av spårvagnarnas pinglanden. Dessa civila sångare i flygvapnets kör. Och du kan inte få ut vaxet ur öronen på alla som beundrar denna moderna musik.
Can we give a stir applause again for our speakers? And I'm sure we was happy to listen when after to read poetry. It was amazing. Thank you so much. And now we have a really short break. And after 6:15, we will have another artist talk with fantasy and fiction writer Svetlana Taratorina. Please take a short break.
Svetlana, welcome here. We are here to talk about your novels, especially this one, the novel Lazarus, which has been kind of a success, a fantasy novel, which has been kind of a success in its way, awarded with a number of prizes, as I understand. It will be a conversation about fantasy fiction and its relation to reality and history, and about your way of processing history and reality through fantasy fiction. Maybe first a short introduction of you as a writer. You have published 2 novels this far, and you grew up on Crimea. And maybe we should start with the latest novel, which is not the one we're going to talk about most today, which is taking place on it's called The House of Salt, and it's taking place on a fictional Crimea, if I understand it correctly. Maybe that could be a good introduction to you as a writer, to talk a bit about the real Crimea and your fictional Crimea.
Yes, hello again. Yes, originally I'm from Crimea. Now I live in Kiev, and I don't move from Ukraine even when full escalation started. But my second novel, The House of Salt, I wrote, I work with this script literally in night when full escalation started. Literally write something, and one I saw to the manuscript and another to the news, and in this way I heard about the speech of Putin and first bomb, and that is why The House of Salt, for me, it's a fantasy novel, but for me it's about war, it's about our current situation. It's a post-apocalyptic fiction, but based on the history, myth, and legend of my native Crimea. I began writing this book in an effort to comprehend the annexation of Crimea in 2014. But I started to write this book only in 2019. Because I need 5 years, about 5 years to be ready to write about this, about Crimea, because I dramatically experienced the annexation of Crimea in 2014. I joke that it was a personal apocalypse for me, and that is why I choose this genre, post-apocalyptical. In my novel, man-made disaster happened to a peninsula that is called Kimerik. It's a legendary name of Crimea, of this peninsula, and people became salted, mutants, and they have particularly lost their memory of what happened to them, and the formal power on the peninsula belongs to the cruel Big Brother. It's we understand from what this name, but this power is not real. The Big Brothers are afraid of this land and these people. The main characters of this novel seek to find the truth about themselves, about their personal history, about the history of this of Peninsula. all of them want to understand what the future holds. And this manuscript, as I said, I finished in this night in February 2022, but it was published only in 2023. My publishing house, Vivat Publishing House, they based in the Kharkiv. It's a city near the front line, but they started work, I think, after a couple months when full escalation start, and they work with my book very hard, even in this hard period. And I think I rewrite the ending of my book, The Heart of Salt, because of beginning of full escalation. And I think now the end of these books more have more hope for the future. And I add some line to the cover. Crimea will return home, and it's my strong belief.
Yeah, thank you. I think that is a good introduction to what kind of writer you are in some way, in that processing of reality in fantastic stories like that. If we turn to Lazarus, our main focus, as I said earlier, it was published a couple of years ago. It was your debut novel. Since then, it has been reissued and also received a number of awards. It is taking place in Kiev in the year of 1913, so one could think it's a historical novel. But what kind of Kiev do we meet here? Because it's not really a historical novel, is it?
Yeah. As you see, I really like history, and I really like mixed history and fantasy. And yes, it was my debut novel, and it won several literary awards, and the most honorable for me, the Crystal Awards from the European Science Fiction Society. And Lazarus takes place in 1913 in Kiev, where people living alongside the impure, some folklore creatures like ghouls, devils, and werewolves, or forests, field and water spirits. And for centuries, the two groups, people and not people, not human, lived in relative order. Humans ruled the empire, while the impure wait for the leader, the legendary Serpenter from the cover. You can see it. But one day everything changed as it happened. Near the Dnieper River, on Trukhanev Island, it's a real island, a child is found with stomach open. And as you understand, it's a book with a detective line. The doctor says this is a human, this boy, and the problem is that in Trukhanev Island lives only not human creature, and human thought that not human killed human boy. And to solve the mystery and stop the fighting between this group, they ask an investigator. Alexander Turin is the main character of the book. but he has their own secrets in the past and secrets that connect with this city and with the legendary Serpenter. And as you heard, it's a traditional urban fantasy plot, but all facts from my books based on real historical facts and some city legends and myths.
If I may interrupt, I came to think about Philip Pullman, if you've read him.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah,
who also in his most famous novels, I've forgotten what the Golden Compass, or he also mix real London and real places in England, but it's a real place, but a fantastic reality in a real place, so to speak.
Yeah, yeah. But I need to say about real historical facts. I said about boy and terrible murder. And in Kiev, in real Kiev, in 1911, 1913, we had a real case, a real historical case, a real murder. It called the Bailey's case, and it was very famous for these days, and it's a case similar to the Dreyfus case, if you know, in French. And in Kiev, they catched Jewish and blamed him to the ritual murder of the boy, and
it was a murder in Kiev in 1911 or something.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was a Ukrainian boy who was murdered, right?
Yeah.
And a Jewish suspect. And how did that? Just to freshen our memory, how did that process end in the Baileys?
The Baileys take a freedom, get a freedom. He moved to USA, but the case was not end. They can't found the real murder, and they don't stop talk about ritual as a ritual murder.
Suspicions of ritual murder.
Yeah. And it could to bring to a fight, to a I don't know if you know these world pogroms, when Jewish can be beaten or
pogroms, and there are also pogroms in your novel.
But to the another creatures, and yes, in this. From this side, I want to show in my novel different, not only different creatures, but all of these folklore creatures that inhabit Kiev in the world of Lazarus, allegories to the real ethnic groups that lived in Kiev in that period. And why 1913? Because for me, it's a year, it's a last year when we can capture the moment when Kiev was a wealthy, beautiful city, because the next year started Great War, First War, and then revolution in Russian Empire, and all of these totally changed Kiev, and changed not only buildings or view, but people, but inhabitants who lived in this city, and I want to capture these moments.
So is it a story about the destruction of the old Kiev, or?
Some kind, but not only. It's about, for me, it's about our colonial history, colonial past, the territory of the folklore creature in the book called The Border. And this is a reference to the real-life paleo settlement. A territory where special rights were available for Jewish especially. Jewish, Ukrainian, Polish, and other people who lived on the territory of Russian Empire were very limited in their rights, like my folklore creatures in my book. And the empire always ignored the desire of dangerous people for self-determination, and I want to think about this too. But the main idea, I think, for me of this book is identity, I think. It's looking of identity. My main character, he started as a human, as a people, but then he changed in some way. And he had to understand how to be not human in this world.
It's a very. We have to tell a spoiler. Yeah. We have this main character who is murdered after 70 pages, and then he is resurrected and keeps on going the rest of the novel as a resurrected detective. I never read something like that before. I mean, it's some kind of you've mixed different. I mean, he's like a Sherlock Holmes character in one way.
Yeah,
not. I mean, he's not that good, but but you can feel that this is a character of some kind of city space fiction that you know from before. But then you mix, there are some biblical motifs and there are some folklorial motifs as well. Maybe we should say something about, because I mean, I know Sherlock Holmes, I know the story of Lilith in the Bible, which is also an important thread here, and Lazarus, but all this Ukrainian folklore or Slavic folklore, it was mostly, some of them I knew from before, but some of these strange creatures I really had to look up and just, what is this? Maybe you could tell us a short introduction to this Slavic folklore compared to, I mean, common European folklore.
Because of this, I have a vocabulary in the end of the book with all of these creatures and some historical comments, because my main character have a really prototype from history. It was a very interesting real detective from Kiev from this period. But what about folklore? There are a lot of creatures, folklore creatures, some of them from Slavic folklore, some of them I created myself, some of them from mass culture. I think my vampires, it's not really from Slavic folklore, it's from our modern culture. from movies, for example. But the most of these creatures are from real Ukrainian folklore. For example, Perelesnik, it's kind of incubus that could enter a woman's house through the chimney or window and assuming the form of a dead husband or lover, seduced her. It's a really popular creature from our folklore. Or Ukrainian witches are also the most well-known characters from Ukrainian folklore. But witchcraft and sorcerers in Ukraine were not considered the blasphemous crime. They were in the Catholic and Protestant world, but not in our. According to beliefs, to find out if a woman is a witch, she was immersed in water. If it flowed, it is a witch. If it sinks, it's an ordinary woman. And it was.
I know that story.
Yes, we have a classic books with this plot. Or, for example, we have Rusalka, the water nymphs, but without tail. It's perhaps the most well-known characters from Ukrainian folklore too. Unlike human girls and women who covered their braids, the Rusalka had long, flowing, unbrowned hair, hiding her naked beauty. She was a denizen of rivers, lakes, and wells. Our Rusalka like dancing on the moon, on the lake, under the moon on the lake. Or I have in my book the Mavka is a forest nymph from folklore of Ukrainian Carpathian mountains. Like the Rusalka, she took the form of a loose-haired beauty, often naked or dressed in a thin shirt. If a Mavka were naked and her back was turned to you, you might see a gaping hole revealing her hollowness. It's a very character for our Mavka.
We have the same in the Swedish edition as well. Yes.
Oh, maybe your youth go to.
Yeah. Went to you.
Went to us. Yeah.
I haven't seen her.
Oh. But it's very big vocabulary with these creatures.
We talked about this earlier. Are there any? You made a difference between Slavic or Ukrainian folk myths like this and Slavic Russian myths, like it's you made because I would say, I mean, my question then was if there has been any situations like in other parts of culture where we know that there has been this long ongoing process of Russification in many parts of Ukraine. And I asked if this has been the case also in this area of folklore. So if you know anything about it.
Yes, I think our history is longer than Russian history. And Russian or Moscow state began from Kiev, Rus, from Kiev. And a lot of Slavic folklore went to the north with leaders or warriors from Kiev Rus who started Moscow state. And I think that is why we have common folklore or some common creatures, but I think we have more common with Polish, for example, with their folklore than with Russians.
Are there any special famous sources for this in the Ukrainian tradition? I mean, if you would like to learn about German folklore, you read the Brother Grimm, for instance. Are there any sources like that?
Unfortunately, we have not such a person like Grimm, but we have a lot of books about our folklore. I don't know if it is in English, but I hope. And it's very interesting, very archaic, and you can look.
Yeah, I will. In this novel, there is also an archaeological interest. There's no. He in the same. You have this list of real historical things that are in the novel, but in the same time you invent a whole new history through this archaeological diggings. So this real Kiev history and this fictional history. Have you ever had any thoughts about this mixing of reality and fantasy when it comes to history here?
As I said, I very like history, real history, and when I went to Kiev, it was a strange city for me and not very pleasant. I went from steppe Crimea, from a small village, and Kiev is a big city. Now we have 4.5 million citizens in Kiev, and I decided to study history of Kiev, and because I like history at common, and I started from the beginning, from the archaeological some stories and from a myth, and we have really myth about a serpent or zmi, we call him, and we have legend about a serpent or dragon that lived in our Kiev mountains and fight with great warriors. I think this myth have all European cities, big cities, but for us it was like fairy tales, not. But I think it's a based myth for Kiev, because this serpent was not only enemy, but in some story a protector of Kiev, and for me it's important story, and it's my book about some different place of Kiev. It's a real map. And I have excursion in Kiev. I show this place. If you'll be in Kiev, I can show you some of these places that we still have, because some of them was destroyed in the history period, and yes, I very like learn about more about history and archaeological, and I even took part in archaeological researches in Kiev, near the most famous our church. It was very interesting, like a volunteer.
Yeah. How would you say fantasy fiction in Ukraine today? How is it a big scene, or is it?
Yes, I think today our fantasy genre is very popular. Is the most popular genre in our literature, and I think.
Is it just fantasy, or is it? I mean, this other. Your latest novel is more of a science fiction thing, as I understand it.
Yes, but I think in all of the world, fantasy is most famous than science fiction. Science fiction is harder for writers. Our fantasy, I think, restarted after 2014, because before these years, before Revolution of Dignity, we had mostly Russian language fantasy that wrote in Ukraine, but that read in all countries.
Yeah.
Speak Russian.
Are there also then in this new fantasies boom, if we call it that?
Yeah.
Is it common that the writers have this interest to the real history and the real mythology of Ukraine? Would you say?
I think after 2014, first we started interested in real history because we didn't know a lot of truth about our history, and my novel, my manuscript of my novel won a contest from in publishing house. Because a publishing house, my first publishing house, looking for new Ukrainian writers, because they understood that Ukrainian readers want to read Ukrainian authors and Ukrainian, and after this, and now after 2022, we really have a boom of fantasy. It's a very different fantasy. It's the most popular series now. Yes, it's set in real history and use Ukrainian mythology, folklore. But a lot of our contemporary fantasy have a goal to escapism. I think it's a very important function of fantasy in the country where we have war, and readers want to rest from reality, and fantasy is very good work with this. And in the other hand, fantasy is a commercial successful genre, and now we have really a lot of numbers of books and authors, and it's very good.
Yeah, Sweden could learn. You also have or have had like a YouTube channel, this Fantastichny Talks, as I understand. Is it? I didn't really understand when I tried to get the whole of it, because it's some kind of community as well of writers and a YouTube channel.
Yes, yes. First, it's community. We are 5 Ukrainian sci-fi and fantasy writers, women writers, and we started speak with each other and start our YouTube channel from COVID period, but it started being really important from the beginning of full escalation because we started to invite to our channel famous sci-fi and fantasy writer, and we did interview, and due to this interview we gathering money for charity, and we had, for example, Andrzej Sapkowski, a very famous Polish fantasy writer who had now a Netflix series, not very good to say series, but he had. Or we had an interview with Margaret Atwood from Canada. Great writer, or Rebecca Kwan, author of bestseller in USA, and etc. They all speak with us, with Ukrainian fan base. It was very important for our fan base.
Yeah, I think the Swedish publishing scene could have a lot to learn about the fantasy scene in Ukraine. I think maybe we should let the audience have a word. If there's someone who has any questions about Ukrainian fantasy or Lazarus.
Yes, thank you. My question is about, because even though some a subgenre that is somehow semi-famous, in at least here, is also, like you told us about, the Russian fantasy and science fiction tradition. Could you say what is the main differences in trends, would you say, between Ukrainians and Russians and Slavic fantasies in general, the trends in between them, and if you compare it also with, well, let's say not traditional, but fantasies from West, which is often based upon Tolkien's or C.S. Lewis stories. What would be the difference in between and within?
It's a very big question, a very big answer. I think Russian has a unique fantasy function. They rewrite their history through the genre, through the fantasy. They have a lot of books about, I don't know how it explained in English, popadancy. Someone catching the past and rewrite their history, and it's about their looking to the past, and it's about their imperial ambition. We have not in Ukraine. We have not this kind of book at all. we couldn't understand how they even wrote about current war in this kind. They wrote some facts from modern war, and our fantasy, I think, now more common to the Polish fantasy. They have a very popular. Fantasy very popular in Polish. They have a lot of some convents, and now we have a lot of translate into Ukrainian from Polish fantasy, and I hope worse. With West fantasy and sci-fi, now our author look to this way. Because before 2014, I think we look mostly to the Russian and their tradition, and now it's totally different. We roll to the West tradition, and I think something like this.
Thank you for this presentation, I must say, of the whole Svetlana's, I wanted to say legacy, but I hope she will write even more. I wanted to tell a bit, say about what I was thinking about, because I read both of Svetlana's books, and I appreciate them, especially the House of Salt, the most, because like we share the same homeland. We're from Crimea, and it feels. First of all, I appreciate the mix of ethnography, history, and mythology, because I keen on it completely, and also the House of Salt. And when you read Lazarus, it feels safer at first. You're like, oh, phew, I read it, the second one. It's like, oh, okay, it's lighter at first. But House of Salt, it's almost doesn't feel sorry for readers. I understand that this is the whole process, because first, maybe 100 pages, you're like constantly in shock. You read it like, okay, I have to take a break, but you can't stop. It says a lot about the way the writer writes. You just, even if you don't understand what's going on, you just can't stop. And, but I wanted not to, like, I'll tell Svetlana this later, but I don't want to speak for too long. But I wanted to ask you about the research in particular, because what is also fascinating, the levels and the layers, I'll talk about the House of Salt, of the book. Because even if you try to be skeptical, and trust me, I can be skeptical, it's really difficult to be skeptical, because the research is tremendous. And what is most interesting, the spirit of Crimea in the new created, not recreated, but the new, completely new created world. To keep it, it's, well, it's amazing. And also the language, the Crimean Tatar language, which is included, which is the part of narrative. But what is also interesting, that this language is a narrative, it's a narrator itself. So, because sometimes if you read books where the language, extra language is included, it just, like, okay, they had to include something, and then they have some kind of comment section. There is no comment section in this book. You can't like look down and see what does it mean, but this becomes a part of history, or a part of the whole story. So the short question is, what was your focus on the ethnographic research in particular to make this spirit and to keep it alive through the House of Salt, for example, and also through Lazarus? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. I think I want to study history of Crimea for myself. it need for myself because I lived in Crimea till my 18, but I did not know the true history of Crimea and true mythology. I did not know a lot about Crimean Tatar, my neighbors. And in this novel, for me, was very important to discover it and to show it to Ukrainian readers. And now we have a real problem about knowing of Crimea, because among 10 years of annexation, of occupation, and We have a whole new generation who never been in Crimea, and for them Crimea now is a real fantasy. Terra incognita is something strange and not ununderstandable, and that is why it's a really difficult book, because I want to mix so much from history, from ethnography. But it's because I want to give readers a chance to know something that they don't know about our peninsula. It was very important for me personally, not as a writer, but as a human.
I think we have time for one short question.
Yeah, one short last question. Hello. You have made a very good question, and I think you can tell us some more about. We have these two people in Ukraine. They made this anthology about 300 years of fantastic literature in Ukraine, Arieniev and Nazarenko. And you also have examples of novels, and it was all men, but we have 2 women, one of them were you. So please tell us a little about this anthology. I think it's called Dragon Walls.
Yes, it's an anthology from, I think, from proto-fantasy texts, from classic Ukrainian texts with some fantasy things, but not fantasy, it's real like genre, and contemporary fantasy author. It's a very good anthology. It published in my publishing house, in Vivat Publishing House. And Volodymyr Arieniev and Nazarenko, they chose this text by themselves. And they wrote a very good introduction of the fantasy genre and about this author. I don't know why they chose only 2 women. It's their choice, but it's this anthology represented a very different kind of genre in Ukraine, and now we like a Fantastic Talks, we create a new anthology. Yes, and it will be, I think, in 2 months. And we ask texts from other authors, and we have in Ukraine after this anthology, Arieniev and Nazarenko, some new anthology with a different author, because we have a lot of authors for this time that write in fantasy genre. Modanka, yes, it's also our anthology that create we as Fantastic Talks. It's an anthology that published in Vivat Publishing, and this print run was first print was burned by Russian bombs, but Vivat print this book. This book contains, I think, 12 Ukrainian authors. It's women, and it's this anthology about women experience war experience, but in a fantasy genre. It's very, very interesting text, very different texts, and our authors use Ukrainian folklore and something very modern. I wrote a post-apocalyptic story. Someone wrote about some alternative reality, or about acting, for example, Rusalka in a real war, like a protector of Kiev. It's really interesting, yes. Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Yes, I just told, I read her novel in this Motanka now, and it's a fantastic story. And I haven't read it through, so I don't want her to spoil it. So I will read it through this evening, I promise.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's a good place to end. Thank you, Svetlana, for this
Thank you for
tour in Ukrainian fantasy.
Thank you, Niels. I want to present.
And we will finish our second day now. Yeah, you can stay a little bit, you can talk. We have books for children, we have books, yeah, we have a wine. We can stay and share and continue our dialogue. And also, are you welcome to come tomorrow, please, back. Because tomorrow we will have also amazing dialogues. And I